me make one last microphone adjustment. Make sure I've got my dice handy. Here we go. Okay, so in our last session in Pathfinder, playing here in the Halfus setting, the party was starting off back in the camp with all the various homesteaders and Gloria and all that sort of stuff. And you guys were, checking out the actual, beginning usefulness of Callie's new workshop. It is essentially, on paper, it is essentially done at this point and can begin processing, which is actually what Callie went ahead and started up. Callie selected a couple of different projects to work on. She got the ball rolling and then handed that off to some of the other locals and workers who were there who have enough skills to keep it going while you guys are out and away. And then the party decided to move on to Lariel, as they had been given a quest by one of the newcomers into the area, a Shuni man named Worf. He is a field agent for the Pathfinder Society, and he's here to check out the party to see whether or not you guys are, potentially members that they might recruit, and therefore would gain all the benefits of being members of the Pathfinders. So, he gave you guys a quest, basically. This is sort of a test, essentially, to get a gauge on who you are as people, how you work together as a party, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And the quest that he gave you guys is the relatively simple thing of, there is a big monster over in this area. People are scared, and they need adventurers who can take care of big scary monsters to come in and take care of said big scary monster. He had relatively limited information on exactly what the big scary monster was, but he did have a location, and he pointed y'all in that direction. The first stop on that trip is the city of Lariel, which is where we will be picking up today. The actual location where the thing is happening is the satellite village of Lariel, which is known as Yellowstream, which is where the gold mine is located. The gold mine, specifically, is where this monster has set up shop. So, obviously, one of the first things that the party will probably need to do, now that they are here in Lariel, is find out where the hell is Yellowstream, and, what road do they need to take to get there. So that'll be one of the first things that come up. Along the way, as you guys were traveling the roads to get here, it got stormy after a couple of days, and in the rain, while you guys were walking through the woods, you got assaulted by a couple of Kolos, formerly Gnolls, the hyena people. They were very clearly worshippers of Lamashtu, the mother of all monsters, and one of her various, dark spawn creatures that she's responsible for, which I can never remember the exact pronunciation of the creature's name, but it's like the Laracota or something like that, or the Lacrata. I don't know exactly how it's pronounced, but either way, it's basically what if you took all of the worst qualities of hyena and then mixed it with all the worst qualities of horse, also, and then gave it a dark, brooding intelligence on top of that. Yeah, it could talk, and although that's quotation marks, it could talk. Yeah, it can't talk now. Either way, these guys and this monster assaulted y'all on the road. They did do some damage, but it took some smack coming back from the party that put them down. The Lacrota or however to pronounce it, was the tough bitch out of the three of them. But y'all did eventually take it down, and the moment it died, quite literally, shadows from hell rose up to grab this thing's soul and drag it down back to be with Mama. So, straight up cursed.
No.
However, after all of that, you guys made it to the outskirts of Lariel, which is where we will be picking up. So I am going to go ahead and move us to the Lariel map. All right. Welcome to Lariel.
What?
All right. So here is Lariel. Laurel is a relatively large city, comparatively speaking. Like, it is absolutely massive compared to Whitford, the last major town that y'all were in, but it is dinky compared to Harham, which is a major, military and trade port. But this is otherwise, this is a pretty sizable little place. And you guys are coming up from this south road over here. You'll see down in the bottom left corner where it says Whitford Harham. You guys are coming up from there. So you hit the point where the forest that you guys have been walking through turns clearly into maintained and managed orchards of various varieties, as Laurel is known as a city that produces a whole heck of alcohol, just like a lot, by the friggin' barrel.
Yes.
They make a lot of wines, they make a lot of ciders, whiskeys, all of that sort of jazz. So they grow grapes, they grow apples, they also like keep bees and do like all of that sort of stuff. The other big thing that is well known about Laurel is a quote unquote like artists community. They produce a lot of talented artists, and those talented artists produce a lot of artistic goods that then get shipped out into the greater Sazian region and then further on into the Empire and beyond. It would be not difficult to find something that had been made here in Laurel over in a town in the kingdom, for crying out loud. So like, they've got pretty broad trade. The other thing that was made aware of by the party, or to the party as you guys were coming here, is that Laurel is a sort of liberal location. They have kind of a vibe as a liberal location that is very sort of like, artsy fartsy, anti-military, sort of like just in general, that kind of thing. I just realized I misspelled courtyard. Anyways, anywho, Laurel is ran by a like local lord who is assisted by like another like, council and that sort of stuff. And they do make it clear to anybody who comes here that like, hey, if you're a big like, military person, they're not gonna like you. Also, they really, really do not like it if you use a gun in town. It is rumored, it has not been proven yet, but it is rumored that even if a gun in your own self-defense, you'd still be arrested for it because gunfire is strictly forbidden inside town.
Callie hit that and
yeah,
like I'm gonna care. As she's like snuggling up against Mr. Sherwood, he's like, I won't let them take you.
You're mine.
I won't let them take you from me. You're mine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big.
Very much so.
Robotic operating buddy, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just tell him that like I need him because I need
it's your life
water.
support.
Yeah.
It technically is your life support.
Yeah, I'll tell them it's my life support machine. And if they take him from me, I will dry out and die, and they'll have the blood of killing a kid on their hands.
Child.
They will have they'll have to worry about a dead child because they took away her life support system, who just also happened to be a rolling weapons platform.
We don't talk
sometimes
about that
you need defense for a kid. Yeah.
I mean, the world's a scary place. So, anywho, as you guys are rolling in, it is currently pretty cold, relatively speaking. It is we're talking like highs in the low 50s, and it has been overcast and it has been rainy. And at the moment, there are a couple of characters, Torque included, who are currently like fighting off the sniffles because y'all failed one of multiple saves to keep from getting sick. So at the end of the day, we'll need to make some more checks. But you do obviously get you do get a benefit or a bonus to said check if you are sleeping in a location where like you've got a roof over your head. So you make it to, like an inn or a tavern or something, or rent a room or whatever. You get a bonus on your next like saving throw for that. So either way, here we are. It's Lariel time, and remember it's Errol. Laryl is the town. Laria is the mushroom. That is the mushroom character. But Laryl is basically spread out in front of you guys. It is roughly midday. Like I said, it's kind of like, overcast, a little misty here and there. But there's plenty of people moving around as you guys come up the trail through the varying orchards. You've got the Sourgum Orchard you've got the Cran Orchard to the south. It's very, pleasant and idyllic and all that sort of stuff. And there's a big old sign, up the road that just says, "Welcome to Laryl. We hope you buy shit." So
Nice.
So I guess the first question that I'm going to present to the party is, since you guys have, about 5-6 hours before it gets dark, what's the party's first thing on the to-do list now that you are here in Laryl?
I think first things first, probably be best for us to get rooms and then explore.
Yeah, I was gonna say that since like Torque is like sick.
Yeah, she
might be best for her to at least rest a bit.
Yeah, Torque failed pretty badly at that fort save for that. However, actually, you know what? Let me open up Torque's sheet real quick. And
First thing,
and then like the fucking glass plate on her mask is like fogging up.
Okay, that is more than good enough. All right, so Torque, and she would have already told you guys this. She's been to Laryl before, a couple of times, not like a lot. This is like literally the third or fourth time she's ever been in this town. But she's come here for shopping like once or twice. But Harham is just simply, closer to the camp and technically has a broader selection of stuff. So that's where she does it mostly. But she has come up here a couple of times. And when she originally moved to the area, when she was leaving the kingdom a couple of years ago, she passed through Laryl. Laryl. The name of the town is Laryl.
Should I also check as well?
Yeah. Do you want to do like a mercantile lore?
Oh, God.
Can I do a art history lore check?
Yes, you can. What are you specifically trying to recall knowledge on?
Mercantile?
I would like to do some recall knowledge on some of the goods, where some of the some of the specific art stuff is sold, I guess, like markets, places, and whatnot.
Okay, so
probably lore of if Larry has ever bought anything from here or sold anything from here.
Okay, well, between your art history and mercantile check, you would know that if you're here in Laryl for trade or for business, or you're looking to locate an artist to commission for something, the place that you go for that is known as the Courtyard of Trees. There are technically two courtyards, but there are both of these spots are known as the Courtyard of Trees.
I legitimately just thought it was a courtyard full of trees. I didn't think it was a market.
Yeah, I mean,
there are trees. There are actually very large trees. You can see those individual trees from the edge of town. That's how big they are.
A sun tree.
These big specific trees here, these 4 trees, the shortest one is well over 5 stories tall. The tall one is double that.
10-story tree? That's like a redwood.
Yeah, it's basically a redwood.
So the trees are taller than the buildings?
Oh yeah, The trees are much taller than the buildings. The tallest building here in Laurel tops out at about 5 stories, roughly speaking. So the shortest of those 4 individual trees right there just kind of barely peaks above the roof. But the big one dwarfs it. It is the trunk, which you can see from here, is as thick as a building in and of itself.
That's like that's like a third of a redwood tree.
Yeah, it is
Huge.
very big. It is still huge. The other thing that is notable is that while there are these 4, redwood trees essentially here, they are the only redwood trees. There are all the regular other trees around, mostly oak, apple, pear. You've got a lot of mixed evergreen, like pines and stuff like that, mixed in with the deciduous stuff. There's a lot of birch and beech trees, stuff that you would find here in the foothills to the actual like mountains. All of that stuff is normal. Redwood trees are not native to this area, but they've got multiple adult, perhaps just young adult, redwood trees right over there in the middle of this friggin' town. But that's where the courtyard is. And that's where they do the primary selling. The secondary place that you could purchase stuff comes from the annex, which is, like just across the street. But that one's got a slightly different vibe to it. But each one of these 3 locations, they are all markets that you could visit for various goods and trade stuff. So you would know all of that. And Torque's Bardic Lore skill, she recalls that there is a place called the Stupor's Relief on the north side of town, which is a place where you can rent rooms at. So there's a flop house up there, which would be a place that you could easily get a room. They're probably not going to overcharge you, and the quality of the place is also decent. Like it would be much better than the Fantasy Motel 5 that y'all stayed at in Whitford.
Nice. I will say, before we actually enter town, Tim is going to take the 2 minutes it would take to replace the Dragonmouth pistol with his revolver in his integrated armament, and then put the 2 guns, his long-range rifle and the Dragonmouth pistol, in the pouch that he has, what's it called? In the spacious pouch. I think I can fit that in there. Yeah,
that's a good idea. I get for Tim also another question: is Brick currently manifested?
Yes, probably. He is most likely manifested. Since it's like town, he would just walk with Brick.
Okay. So Robodog is out and about. Okay. So
Robodog
Robodog's there.
Dr. Sharmas is riding back again, looking for the horse.
Go, noble steed.
Is Dr. Tremors in Mr. Servos's gunner seat?
Yeah.
Okay. There's just a freaky badger sitting in the gunner seat.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, when he was finishing up, I was gonna make the joke. I was like, yeah, Callie's not gonna spend the 2 put any guns away. She's gonna make sure she's gonna double down and make sure they're more noticeable.
Well,
Pointed.
Valeria is also gonna put her weapons away, but she's gonna leave her staff out.
Yeah, it's what are they gonna do? No sticks?
No stick.
No stick.
Wearing the ring that hides my weapons.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Specifically, if you have a weapon that has the concealable tag on it, just so that we're aware of whatever how this works, then it means that it is designed to very inconspicuous or otherwise easily concealable, and you get a +2 circumstance bonus on stealth checks and DCs to hide or conceal that weapon.
With my gun, if they go looking for it, it's a -2 on them, since it's my integrated armament.
Yeah. So. Well, no, actually, his armament works different.
Yeah.
I just had a
Yeah,
real
so-
funny thought.
So concealable gives you a benefit, but integrated gives them a negative because his integrated weapon isn't itself concealable. So mathematically, they even out, but it only works on. It allows basically Tim to pick one weapon to give concealableness to. Okay.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Sorry. Would they call me on my wrist grappler? It's not a gun.
No.
Okay, cool.
And again, so that we are being specific here, the town does not have a no open
No
carry
firearm.
rule or anything. Like they don't technically care if you have a gun on you, but they do care if you use that gun in town. And they are not in the least bit shy about letting you know that the reason for this is that they have an extremely low opinion of the military, specifically the Imperial military. They're not real keen. They're not real keen on the military from
Well, we
Kingdom
can share
either, 'cause-
we can share that opinion.
I was gonna say agreed.
Yeah, they're not big on it, and they basically just see guns as a symbol.
I kind of
a bit.
understand.
So basically, they just want to distance themselves from memories of the war.
I just had a funny thought though. I was like, since fucking Dr. Trevor's just sitting in the gunner seat, he's probably like puppet miming with his mouth like gun sounds while pretending to fire the cannon.
He is like he's sitting in the gunner seat pretending to be a rat-a-tat.
Yes.
He's just vaguely vibrating, going bang 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 bang.
Yeah, like actual, but the gunshot sounds are like, since he can make they actually sound like gunshot sounds.
Is
I would love to have some opportunity come up where like you guys are hiding and Mr. Trimmers just makes like the clearing a chamber like and the Mosna got like ping where it like pops out the round.
Grand King.
That would be hilarious because that would be
Fantastic.
terrifying to hear that in like a
Just
stealth
in the dark.
situation. That would be horrible.
The Dole plant, just because I'm looking at this map and it's really cool. The Dole plant isn't a banana, right?
The Dole plant is not a banana.
Okay, cool.
No.
It just made me think
I
of
mean, they would-
Dole, and I'm like, banana, pineapple.
They would definitely they would definitely make something out of bananas and
Banana
pineapples
wine.
if they had access to them, but no. I mean, technically, Dole, just like in the real world, is the name of like the company that owns the place, but no, it's not bananas.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Much like up here, the Grand Blade apples is the name of this big orchard, not like a type of apple or anything like
I
that.
gotcha.
And even though this one's called Sour Gum, it's owned by a family whose name is Sour Gum, not because it's a bunch of sour gum trees. But which, yeah, I realize that could be confusing.
I was
but
like,
yeah.
Dole, banana,
banana liquor,
nanner.
banana flavored liquor.
Oh,
But
Banana rum.
oh, banana rum sounds good.
oh yeah, banana rum is actually pretty slappy. But since I went ahead and set up the goddamn map for this, to get from where you guys are over to like the stupor is only 370.5 meters. So like that's not that
I
far.
thought that was miles. I was like, is this a metropolis?
No. It is meters. Like this is a big town, but it ain't that big. So either way, as you guys are coming into town, these first couple of buildings are mostly residential. Very clearly, though, all of these people are associated with the orchards in some form or fashion. So they're all like orchard workers, food stores, prep, and all of that sort of like jazz. Well, I mean, as you guys are coming into town, there are people, glance of like, oh, hey, people coming in. Is that a gun? Is that a big walking gun tank with a weird
Gundam?
monkey sitting on it that's making bang bang noises? So like a lot of people like do sort of like double take in your
We are an odd
in your
group.
direction.
Not even just you
I-
guys, it's just Callie. Callie's odd.
I
Always
would
on
actually,
guard.
I would like everybody to make a perception check. DC 19.
Alright, one of my guys gotta get it.
Oh shit, let's go.
Excellent, excellent.
Oh,
Mm.
damn. Oh, never mind.
Okay, so Dr. Tremors
Tim's
notices.
focused on trying
Okay, so
not to let his-
Torque
Yeah.
notices. Callie notices. Swag notices. And Dr. Tremors notices. Okay, so generally, as you guys are coming into town, while you guys getting second looks from people because you're a bunch of weirdos and you've got like a tank, while that's not unusual, that in and of itself is normal, like every Tuesday, like shit for you guys. There are, however, lingering glances with also like kind of disapproving and sort of like looks that are pointed in Mr. Servos's specific direction, followed usually with a little bit of confusion of, is that a large rat or something in the gunner seat? So yeah, that's normal, but and in and of itself is not really particularly noteworthy. What is noteworthy though is that a lot of those people like see that and they're like, holy shit, the fuck? And then they look at Tim and like the what the fuckness immediately goes away and it goes into just a like, not a hostile glare. We're not exactly happy to see you. Kind of look. Nobody says anything. I want to be clear about that. Nobody says anything, but well, obviously Tim doesn't notice.
I was
but
gonna say
those
Tim
of you
doesn't see
that
this.
pass
Tim's like,
The robot.
well, you know what?
rapist
They're waiting
noted.
they're waiting until you've passed by before they like shoot you with a look.
Robot rapist noted.
But yeah, they are giving the party, but very specifically Mr. Servos and Tim, like a look. Okay, so the party moves into Lariel, and as you guys are hitting this little intersection up here, again, I would like everyone to make a perception check. DC for this one, though, is only 15.
Oh,
Shit.
No, 15's the DC.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, 15's the DC. Okay, so Callie didn't see it, but like
Everyone
Servos
else
and
did.
Dr. Tremors did. Okay. All right. So, funny, cool there. And yeah, and everyone else is aware of this. Okay. Okay. So, as you get to this intersection, there is more people, just sort of like milling around and, working on various stuff that they would here in town and whatnot. There's a lot of travel. And you guys see up ahead down the street that there is clearly some sort of like fortified building, like one of the larger. So like down the street, you can see like the edge of the Grand Blade bunker, and coming, or well, not coming out, but going towards it and walking into it, you can see very clearly guards, and these guards have with them Kolos, who are very much in chains. It looks like they may also have recently been in like combat or something. The guards don't look scuffed up, but the Kolos do. And they're walking these two Kolos into the bunker. And there is a like loud sort of like echoing boom of a large door or something like that being opened and then closed again as they go inside. So you do see that going on, and like one of the guards who isn't escorting prisoners or whatever glances over in you guys' direction, and you see him do the exact same thing, but he does not hide it, so there is no perception check needed. Of where he's like, "Is that a fucking gun tank? Is that a robot?" But yeah, yeah, like I mean, he seems like, oh fuck, there's a tank. Is that a weird monkey rat? Is that a goddamn robot? So yeah, like he does the whole like progression of like surprise, confusion to like nope, don't like that at all. Look on his face. He elbows like another guard like next to him, points in y'all's direction as you're like walking up the street and everything, and basically the entire like fortified location that is the bar slowly becomes aware of you guys. It is very clearly watching you as you like pass by.
They're gonna watch as like they're watching. Well, once we get past, I'm just gonna like nod my head, or like not towards anyone specifically, just kind of like towards that direction. I'm not gonna acknowledge. I'm just gonna nod.
You do not get an acknowledging nod back or anything from the guards.
That's how I know they hate robots.
Dr. Tremor's just gonna look at that guy directly in the eyes, look straight at him, and then in his own voice, he's like, "Top of the morning to you fellas. How's the fine weather we're having?" In his own guard's own voice.
The fuck is that rat thing? The guard, like after a moment, he raises his voice and he says, "Hey, you guys with the tank and the weird rat.
Robot.
Who are you? I don't think I've seen you in Laurel before."
Tim's gonna turn around and goes, "We're with the Pathfinder Society."
For real?
Well, not with per se, but we're doing something for them.
A
True.
job.
We're helping the Pathfinder Society. Yes.
Huh. So, what are you training for then?
That's
Sent you to die, did they? Gotcha.
Jesus.
That you're gonna die, apparently.
Well, aren't you lovely?
Aren't you lovely?
Damn, you must be fun at parties.
I'm a laugh riot, let me tell you. So,
Sure.
hey, I mean, I guess, you know, as a fellow person who works a dangerous sort of job, I guess good luck. I'll wish you that much. But when we find your bodies later, do you guys have a preference for burial?
Preferably in another metal suit.
Callie laughs at him. I ain't dying. I got at least another 120 years left.
Very true.
I am no stranger
one of the
to
guards, one of the kind of like turns his head a little bit, and like raises up his hand so you like can't see his mouth, but you can quite clearly hear like, you know, stage whisper to one of the other ones. Like he kind of like inclines his head ever so slightly towards Tim, and he's like, "We're gonna put that one in a metal box. That's for damn certain."
Yeah.
What is?
Tim, like,
Yes, Jay. What is
What
the
is?
canine performing?
Huh?
If anything. What is Jamal doing as the party is like
What the
walking through
dog?
town and having this like conversation with the guards?
Yeah, what the dog doing?
I just said I'm no stranger to death.
I mean, if you want to just like, at them,
Feeling Steel
you know,
silent type.
just give him that doggy. Roof. You can do that.
Move.
Barf.
Roof.
You get him in the Swedish dialect, Bjork.
Callie like looks at him and kind of like pops her head out of the tank. He's like, "Oh, I've been meaning to ask. Where do you buy like the alcohol, the wine, or whatever? Where is that? Is that also in the courtyard with the big ass tree in the middle of the town?"
Do I look like a "You Are Here" sign?
You look like I know where everything is sign.
At least I would hope so, if he is a guard.
At least yeah. You're the guards here. You would know where everything is, right?
One of the other guards kind of like smirks over at him. He's like, "Man, she's got you there." And the one that Callie addressed kind of like rolls his eyes and he points up to the like next like major intersection. He's like, "That intersection. Take a right, follow that down till you see a little alleyway over there to the trees. And that's where you'll find what you're looking for."
See,
Thank
wasn't
you,
that so
kind
hard?
sir. Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Stay out of trouble.
We'll try our best. And walks off.
Sure. Thumbs up.
The guards and the players like giving each other like finger guns. See you later.
I feel like it has to be a rule that the players and town guards don't get along.
Sometimes that is very much the case.
They started
Okay,
us off on the
so
right foot.
that actually does bring us up to a decision, because at this intersection, you guys can either turn and head over to the courtyards, or keep going straight, which will eventually get you over there to the Stupid's Relief, the inn place where y'all can stay. So it is, let's see here, it is roughly where's my dice? There we go. It is 4 p.m. Very roughly speaking, 4 p.m. You're a robot with weather tracking capabilities, so you know that it's probably going to rain again in the next couple hours.
It's gonna rain.
It's gonna rain.
Rain.
Yeah, he points up at the sky. It's gonna rain.
It's going to rain.
We could probably look in the courtyard for a couple of minutes, but we best get going before we get poured on again.
Callie kind of like.
I'll be okay.
Larry just says, "Cork, how are you holding up?"
Thumbs up. I can still kind of breathe.
Kind of sing a little bit, tiny bit, maybe.
Question: are they selling like winter clothes?
Yes.
Around?
In the courtyard of trees, they definitely will be selling winter clothes.
Alright, probably a good idea to go in there then.
All right.
Yeah.
So the party heads over here to trees. The court of trees, or the courtyard of trees, is literally a courtyard in the fact that you've got like this, surrounding of buildings, and then in the middle, where these buildings otherwise sort of like face each other, there is a large open space. As a matter of fact, it's very much like a park. There is a rough dirt, path and space right in the middle where there's a bunch of tables and tents and whatnot. It's very sort of like flea markety, sort of like set up. And everything is under the shade of these gigantic trees. There are also stairwells, or not stairwells, but stairways that wrap up and around these trees, and then crisscrossing little suspension bridges and things like that, and even more little stalls and little built on. I don't know what they are. They're much better quality than than the word shack implies. But they've got little built-on little side buildings that go up the tree, a couple of stories. So you've actually got a very broad selection of stuff here. As just a cursory glance, you can see clothing from all over the empire. There is a lot of clothing that is very much would probably have originated, or at least was designed by somebody from the kingdom.
Is there like a shopkeeper around, like somebody?
There's a load of them. You really just need to pick one. So what specific goods are you looking for at the moment?
Well, specific goods, probably winter clothes that are also like waterproof.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I guess some winter clothes as well.
Specifically, though, Callie has to look for it because she'd be jumping in and out of Mr. Sherwood's all the time, so her clothes get wet like 24/7.
Okay. Well, out here, they've got a few river Azurketi that show up out here, but they're at this point you're so Azurketi you're going to run into is extremely limited. But they do have some stuff that basically falls into that category. If you want to buy winter clothing, they can provide you winter clothing in Imperial or Bakken or what is the name? Wargford, the other country to the north. They've got styles for all of those. There is one little stall that has a little sign up that says Serene Republic of Uxlan clothing. But it's a small little one.
You got anything that's like traditional Azurketi?
How traditional are we talking?
Well, at least something made like something made within like the last 200 years.
Oh, definitely got some of that. More what I was asking was, do you want something that was made by an Azurketi craft? Do you want something that was just made by somebody who's seen that?
So, well, presumably made by an Azurketi, because they would know particularly how to make clothing that's both withstanding cold temperatures, but also like works well underwater, is able to, because like humans, they know how to make clothes, but like they also don't really know how to make clothes that you can move in when underwater, and so like they feel uncomfortable when they're soaked. And Azurketi doesn't really have this problem.
I think I might have a crab suit. Let me check.
Wow, a crab suit sounds dope.
So, they fish around in their like racks of clothing in the back, and they pull out eventually a thing that looks like the bastard child of a scuba suit and a pair of cargo pants.
How he rejoiced.
Yes.
Like this thing is, it's got loads of pockets, but it is form-fitting otherwise, and it has net pouches that are sewn onto the thighs, which you could just tuck stuff into. Like honestly, you could drop a hammer and hang it in there. It would work perfectly fine. But if you were, say, out catching various types of mollusks or crayfish or whatever, you could easily just shove them in your net pocket. And
I was like talking with the shopkeeper. He's like, "Oh yes, this is why I love Azurketi clothing. We always make big old pockets.
Practical.
So practical. We always add a lot of pockets. Usually, typically, because we are assuming that we are going to put fish in those pockets. But I like putting wrenches and hammers and screwdrivers in there.
Well, it'll definitely fit those things. I've worn some Azurketi clothing before, and I gotta say, it is pretty quality. However, being not Azurketi myself, this shopkeeper, by the way, is human. Being not Azurketi myself, I sweat like a hog when I'm wearing Azurketi stuff. It does not breathe well up here on the surface, but I guess that's kind of the point, really. But,
makes sense, since, most Azurketi breathe in water and on land.
you know, I would really love though to see like what constitutes as high fashion amongst the Azurketi. I've heard stories, and there are some paintings that depict these sort of things, but I really wonder, what does high fashion look like amongst fish people?
Oh, my brother used to tell me about it, about the stories of and my ancestors, how we used to wear, what we used to wear. It was very, how do I say it, very traditional back then. But the further you go back, the less traditional it gets. It ends up just being more and more, like, not really clothing, I guess.
Now, are we talking all the way back before the like revolution?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I was referring to, yes.
yeah, I've heard of that. Like, that is some wild shit. I mean, I'm really glad, you know, that like the Azurketi as a whole are doing so much better now. But like my, and they kind of like stop for a moment, glance around, and then like lower their voice just a little bit. They're like, "Don't tell anybody." But my great grandfather worked for the Navy at the time, for the Empire, and I don't know, you know, exactly which stories are true and all that, but my grandfather used to talk about the stories that he got from his grandfather about how one of the things that helped, you know, the Azurketi like throw off the shackles, I guess is the correct term, was they figured out how to like make these the Azurketi like taught them a lot on how to waterproof things. So they were able to waterproof these giant barrels and stuff them full of gunpowder, and then like make these special like wicks that had a very like slow burn time, so that they could load them up with rocks and then drop them off the sides of boats so that they would sink. And then after it got down, you know, like to the bottom, then it would explode.
That's Azurketi engineering for you. Kai
Yeah,
says
it's
with
pretty.
a big smug face on
It's pretty wild. And with a suit like this, you can do some crazy stuff. I do hope it is comfortable. Would you like me to adjust the measurements for you? If you want. I mean, it's got bands here for on the fly shifts, but I can just, you know, tailor it up for you if you want me to.
Yeah, sure. I would like it to be a little form-fitting.
Okay, then let me get some.
A bit too big for me.
All right. Well, if you'll step over to the side here, I'll get some quick measurements for you. I'll get started on that. Should only take me like a day or two. Do the rest of you folks want anything? Because I've got a broad selection, and if I don't have it, then Jebbo's down the line is going to have it.
Would you have anything for me?
Yeah. Tim will also be like, "You got anything for me?"
Well, let's see.
Winter
here.
clothes for me, because I don't do very well below freezing.
Well, you can wear like normal, like halfling clothes, right?
Out of character, would you be able to?
Well, yeah. You're as a Leshy, you are the right sort of like size and general body shape to wear halfling clothing, not hats. Like hats would be kind of like out of the question for you. They would just look silly on top of your head.
Yeah,
but other clothing, yes.
Clothes, yeah.
Okay. Well, they do have they carry a broad selection of halfling scale clothing. So yeah, they do actually have cold weather clothing that Laria can make use of. Laria might obviously, of course, want to skip out on the boots bit, you know, because she eats through her feet. But otherwise, yeah.
I would say Laria wears boots, but the soles are like flat at the bottom.
Shirts, no shoes, no service. Haha, jokes on you. I have shoes.
Like you remember like from like really old like Looney Tunes cartoon era where they'd have like the homeless character or the guy who was like the bum on the train or whatever,
Yep.
who would have like shoes where the sole was falling off or whatever. I imagine it's kind of like that. It's like normal shoes, and then like when she taking the opens the flap that is the bottom part of the shoe, and she just moves the
Yes.
sole to the sides so she can connect to the ground.
Slide.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny.
She
Um,
likes to be
uh.
fashionable, but like she still has to eat.
But yeah, they do have
gotta get her
have
yeah.
halfling winter clothing. They obviously carry stuff in human sizes, and
Mm.
while this person isn't actively like disapproving of Tim directly, they do ask Tim, like, can you wear clothing that like that a human can wear? Because if so, then they've got plenty of clothing that would otherwise fit you.
I absolutely can.
Well,
Tim's
they
gonna start looking.
yeah they point out like
Just a
if you're
rules.
looking for hats or boots or pants or whatever, like here, that kind of thing. They're just sort of like pointing you around their collection of stuff. They've got their halfling scale size.
Kind of looks at it like Tim and is like, "Wait a minute, why do you need winter clothes? Aren't you a robot? Do you have like, do you feel temperatures like we do, or are you just getting it so you don't frost over?"
Does your
I was gonna
core
say, I
need to
can
be at a
feel
certain
it,
temperature?
and temperature, but I recognize temperature, but the stuff runs through my tubes, it can freeze, and so I try not to let that happen.
So it's more a frosting problem.
So really, I don't
Like,
need.
you get sick
Yeah.
from the temperature kind of thing.
Yeah,
I don't get
it's more
sick,
of
I
a
just
more of a
stove
frost
up.
problem. Yeah, he just
Yep.
gets too firm and can't like if he gets way too cold.
Tim is going to buy a large coat, like a bigger one, and a cowboy hat if they have one.
But you can definitely get a gaucho hat. They've got that like in the like kingdom section, which like Torque is like over there in the kingdom section, kind of like eyeballing things and looking at it, and she's like, "Ooh, chaps," and so like she's getting chaps. Not that she fucking needs them or anything, but they're fancy.
Hell yeah, that's all you need.
Is Torque also like fashionable?
Torque is
Probably
very
probably
fashionable.
comes with
The
being
most
hard.
fashionable.
Yeah, she is very fashionable. So like she has sort of like mostly shifted into her new like outfit that that I drew a couple weeks ago. So she's got that on, except right now instead of like the shorts aspect of it, she's got her like pants. But she needs the chaps, picking up poncho and all her stuff because it's gonna get fucking cold, and she's so yeah, she picks up that stuff that Tim can get. That's just a fucking cowboy hat. That's also over in that section of clothing. What was the other thing that you said you needed?
Oh, I was just saying a cowboy hat and a big old coat, something just to keep my core area warm.
They do definitely have a selection of coats.
Kyle looks at Doctor.
They got a thick trench
like,
coat.
Yes.
You need anything to warm you up, buddy?
Glove.
Larry's gonna also get like
You heard the man.
like a coat.
Callie like looks at the guy. He's like, "Also, do you have? How small do your gloves sizes get?"
Halfling child.
Hold on. Callie starts like inspecting how like fucking Dr. Trevor's hand size. Yeah, I think that'll be about right.
All right.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the palm side of a possum's like hand, where they've got those like weird wrinkled like grandpa hands. That's what.
No,
like,
but I'm looking it up now.
yeah, that's what
Oh.
Dr. Trimmer's like his individual like hand thing on his tail.
Whoa.
That's what it looks like. It's got like little claws. It looks like a really wrinkled, poofy like
Oh.
old man hand. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
very
like-
very weirdly human-like. But
Oh yeah,
yeah,
I'm looking at it too. That's
and Dr. Trimmers has 5 fingers, just like a human hand. So yeah, all he just needs is like a child's
5
glove.
fingers and 5 hands.
Yeah, he's got 5 fingers and
Oh god, I
Um,
just thought about the claw hand also having a mitten on it.
well, that's what he wants. He wants a mitten just for like his claw hand.
Oh, just a singular mitten for the claw hand? Alright, buddy, we can do that.
Perfect.
I think that'll be cute.
It's just
I
a
used
single
to draw
child,
that.
just a single child's mitten.
Yeah.
I will get on that.
It'll
Okay.
fit. While we're in like the courtyard of trees, can Tim do any like just check and scan for anything adjacent to mechanical, like automaton, kind of like he is? I know this place doesn't really, it's like kind of banned on that, but just any speck of it.
Actually, that's a good
well,
idea.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let me open up your sheet real quick, Tim. Let's see here.
Also, I want to do a
Tim's
detect
sheet.
magic to see if there's like any of the clothing's got some type of magic.
By the way, I don't know how to get rid of those persistent damage things. They're not damaging me. I just don't know how to get rid of them.
Yes, we can hear you.
A little low,
Yes.
but
Yes,
yeah.
Jay.
Thank you. Oh goodness.
Okay. Yeah, that's all gone. Okay, so let's see here. Make a society check, Tim.
Oh.
While
Pretty good at that.
while he is doing that, so Jay, is there anything you're looking for while you guys are in market? Well, you are covered in fur. So like your temperature tolerance is honestly better than, people with human skin. But not like a whole hell of a lot better. They do generally wear shirts, like some of them are usually they're like short sleeved, but sometimes they have longer sleeve stuff. Shunies also frequently wear like Shuni fashion itself usually also involves like not pants really, but more like what do you call those things? I kind of want to say skirts, but they're like
Honestly,
they're like heavy duty.
accurate.
They're like heavy duty, essentially, that like hang against the legs, so they're not quite. Honestly, they're more like chaps. So generally, that's what Shunies tend to wear. And then of course it varies depending on particular breed and location that you live in. Because the Shunies that look like fucking huskies, they're basically nudists. They just walk around like fluff out.
Respect.
Yeah, so because they've got that confidence. So, but Jamal is more bulldoggy in form. So, if you want to pick up a like heavy duty coat, probably like what would be like a long coat for Jamal, that would be probably more than enough unless it gets like serious cold. Okay.
I like, can it look like any other boat?
Yes, it totally can.
Is it cool if I do detect magic to see if he's got any type of like magical things just hidden away?
Sure.
Can I ask him one question?
What would you like to ask?
Uh,
While spells are going on in the background. What would you like to ask?
Hold on, I'll distract him dead. The thing.
Wait, oh my god. Oh, wait.
You wanted to ask something?
Oh, wait, I just realized, speaking, Fuzzy, what's the name of them, Russian one hats?
The Yursaka?
Your sucker head.
Are there Yursaka hats? For sure.
They 100% have those.
Let's
I
go.
want to add that to Jamal's
Jamal's gonna turn. Jamal's gonna turn Russian.
They're those like sort of like squared off hats that have the like fur on the inside and they have the flap that you can pull down over your ears.
They have a little ear flap.
I jokingly like
Russian accent randomly.
I jokingly like to call flaps down the Canadian style, flaps up Russian.
Flaps down.
That's
That's fucking funny.
Yep. I mean, flaps down Canadian.
Yes, well, I
It's
distract
fucking
the
real.
man while Dad is committing to magic. I'm gonna ask the question of, do you guys know any like portrait artists? You know, you probably have a lot of portrait artists in town, but like I'm looking for like a specific kind of portrait artist.
What kind of portrait artist?
One who can paint portraits of people that aren't alive anymore. Like say I wanted a portrait of my mom, but she was not alive anymore, and the only living reminder of her is me, and I wanted them to base the portrait off of like me, but I want it to look like my mom. That kind of thing.
So you're looking for a remembrance artist.
Yes, yeah, something like that.
nuts.
Okay. And they think about this while magic is. So let me first of all, as they are thinking about this, to rewind real quickly back to the society check there that I asked you for, Danger. Tim has noticed that he is the only automaton that you guys have seen here in town. There is clockwork. Okay, so there is clockwork. Let's be clear about that. As there, and a lot of it is very fancy, sort of like clockwork. There's a lot more of form over function, kind of like stuff going on here. It's very like think turn of the 19th century sort of like clockwork, where every individual little piece has some sort of flourish on it.
Like steampunk kind of looking.
Yeah, almost steampunk looking. Would be a close sort of like aesthetic grab for that. So there's plenty of clocks. There's other mechanisms like they have like right here in the market they have elevators, not for people but for stuff, to go up and down to the various like shops and whatnot that are suspended above you on the trunks of the gigantic trees. So like they've got that. They've got there are people who are walking around who have like little lapel lights and like stuff like that, like a little personal flashlight, kind of like jazz. So it's similar to what June's got.
So they're not anti-machine. They're just anti-me.
They are
They're anti-war machine because like
Or
you do gotta
that's
remember
true.
that
They're
automatons-
anti-machine.
Although, yeah,
Yeah.
they're profiling Tim because Tim was
I
just
mean, they're
made to
very
be of service, right? If I
militaristic.
remember.
Yeah, you are correct. Like the from their perspective, guns and automatons are essentially symbols of war, and they do not look well upon those things. So therefore, they're not like particularly happy with it. And obviously, guns are more of a symbol, but like automatons, specifically like Tim is a symbol, but also goes beyond in their eyes, literally a combatant. So
I was born
you know,
to kill things.
Yeah, I was like, Tim was made to be of service, so
Born to
he
be a war
doesn't really
machine.
look dangerous when you look.
yeah, I mean, he is very much more actually person-y than most of the other automatons, but he is still very clearly an automaton.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, most of the people who are here in the market, they, other than the occasional like second glance, because you know, obviously they don't see a lot of you, most of the time. Who are these people? But they while you do get a lot of like while you do get a lot of second looks and you know like things like that, no one here who isn't also dressed like a guard has paid you of any special attention.
Sure.
Now, as far as the detect magic is concerned, within 30 feet of, which is mostly this guy's like big ass like clothing shop thing, you do get 2 pings of magic. One coming from the shopkeep himself, and one coming from the like where he's got his cash register, essentially his till. There's also a ping of magic coming from that as well.
So the shopkeep and his cash registers got magic.
That is correct.
Probably like security or something.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
The ping specifically from the shopkeep himself is coming from a ring that he is wearing. Whatever is pinging over there at the cash register is coming not from the cash register itself, but from like under the cash register.
I'm gonna ask about his
Magic shotgun.
I'm gonna ask about his ring because I'll just say I noticed it and I'm like, that's an absolutely gorgeous ring. Can you tell me about it?
It would be
Oh,
really
yes.
bad if someone stole that.
So like as you know, he's like he gives Callie an answer to like a artist who can do that, and also where they can be found. I will tell you that in a moment. But like as he's basically taking Callie's measurements, you know, so he can modify the cargo dive suit. He lets you know that. Well, first of all, thank you for noticing the ring. He's had it for quite some time. It is special to him, and not only is it by itself a lovely piece of local artistry, like all of the precious metals and everything, mined locally here sometime within the past several decades. But it was also enchanted by one of the local wizards, and it has a sort of minor enchantment on it. Given that you guys are clearly adventurers, impressive to you, but what it does is when he puts it on, like first thing in the it takes care of washing his face, brushing his hair, and cleaning his teeth.
Whoa, man, I need
Is
that
it a
in my
mage
life.
hand ring?
Yeah, it's like a very specialized mage hand ring.
Neat.
But yeah, all it does is it just like
God.
makes him
Clean.
it makes him presentable and clean when he puts it on.
Grooming mage hand.
Yeah, like just mage grooming. Let's call it that, mage grooming.
He likes to take care of himself.
Well, he likes to be lazy about it. All he has to do is put on a ring.
Honestly,
Yeah.
if it works, it works.
I mean, if magic
But
was in real life, I would do the same shit.
That's-
Honestly.
That's what we all would do.
Yeah, I mean, like, for fucking real. Okay, so the artist specifically that you are directed towards, they have a weird name. I'll go ahead and tell you that. Their
Ready.
weird name is Verdant Love.
I already don't like this guy.
I love this guy. I verdantly love this guy. I'm so
Verdant,
sorry.
Verdant Love
Is that like his actual name, or is that like his you know, like the one that's on his like government issued documents, or is that the one that he like gave himself as like a title name?
that is his actual name.
Oh my
Damn,
god.
what an unfortunate name.
Verdant Love. Although the guy does sort of like, he shrugs and he's like, okay, I am assuming that it's his legal name, but it's the only name that anybody's ever known for a decade.
Well,
But yeah,
When in Rome.
if
Or-
you're looking for somebody
or-
who can do what you're looking for, artistically speaking, it would be that guy. And you can find him on the map. Tim, if you see your sheet closed, it's just me. I'm getting out of my damn way. Okay. We're gonna do this Fallout style, and he's gonna mark your map.
Done. Been deleted. I no longer have a character. Tim suddenly explodes.
All right. So let me pull out the thing. Okay. So Verdant Love specifically can be found over here, not too far away.
Hey.
You'll find another sort of like it's not officially one of the courtyard trees, but it probably will be, you know, later on as the markets like continue to grow. But you'll find a little place over there, and there is a artist like enclave building over there. You know, it's like a big like shared art studio space kind of like thing. Just ask around for Verdant Love. Everybody will know exactly who you're talking about, and we'll point you in the right way.
okay. Thank you. That was very helpful.
No problem. Now is okay. So, is there anything that, while you guys are here and are picking winter clothes and whatnot, which you can add to your equipment, your character sheets, that you have winter clothing, which means you won't have to be checks versus the environment just for being there.
Just put
Is there any
down
other
winter
specific?
clothes?
Yeah, is clothing, comma, winter. Just like regular clothing, they have a bulk of L, and the price for them is 4 silver pieces.
Right.
Shit, I might need someone to buy my clothes.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, I'm gonna note on the map here that Verdant Love can be found here at the X.
66.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I paid for mine and Callie's clothes. How much longer until the rain, apparently?
About an hour.
Did you want to go see this Verdant Love guy?
Did you say it's 4 copper pieces?
Mm-hmm.
4 silver.
For silver, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
4 silver.
All right, so June is getting what specifically? Okay. Yep. Those are all easily available. Okay, so
I'll
is-
also... Sorry, continue.
Well, I was also going to ask, Johnny, is there anything that you wanted to pick up for swag?
I don't think you know what? Yeah, I'll see if I can just get like a maybe just like a nice thick fur coat.
Okay.
Yeah, you almost got sick,
Yeah.
so you're gonna need something.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna need some.
Callie like looks at Swag and is like, "Dad, I had to feed you like alphabet soup. Okay, I think you need a jacket at least."
Yeah, we don't need you catching the cold, bro.
Fine. You have like a big leather, like fur coat that I could pay for.
Yeah, he can set you up with a big hide coat. That's tough, outdoorsy, mostly water resistant, that sort of stuff.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's made from elk skin.
Ooh. No,
Also,
but
I
I'd
was referring my question to you, by the way. About why
Yeah.
you think birds
if it's gonna rain in an hour, we probably shouldn't get our new clothes wet by risking it. Because how long would it take for us to get there?
Callie laughs and is like, "My clothes are waterproof, boy."
Well, you could get down to the literally like 10 minutes.
But then how long would it take for us to get the Verdant Love up to Stuper's Relief?
Probably like 20 minutes. So by the time you leave the artist enclave, you're probably looking at like rain starting to come down.
Yeah, let's go Stuper's Relief. I think Verdant Love will probably be there tomorrow.
Yeah, and according to the shopkeep, they've lived here for decades. It's unlikely that they're just going to like take off tomorrow.
They're not moving.
Unless the dragon comes in and starts setting everything ablaze.
Today's the day. Where are you going? I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
I'm not leaving.
I'm leaving. That's it.
I'm
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Need the first one.
Yep.
And he's played by Christopher. He's played by Christopher Lee. And then he goes back in the house.
whole
isn't there
house?
anymore.
The
Yeah,
house
the
is
whole
gone.
house.
Verdant just picks up his house and is like, I'm
I
leaving.
think that was like the wackiest part of the whole movie, though.
It was wild.
Seeing Christopher Lee just being like, chocolate. It
Chocolate.
rots your teeth.
That would be fucking hilarious. And technically, Manao could do that. You know, you're like, it's like if you don't make it back in time, you won't find me. You get back and like him and the entire building
Yeah,
is just
house
gone.
is gone. Yeah.
Picked up house, left.
You took the house and left.
But yeah.
All right. Well,
Okay.
are you guys gonna come with me in the morning?
Oh yeah. I gotta run by the annex.
Yeah, that might be a smarter idea, so the party doesn't get split up.
Yeah.
We'll just
Mhm.
go in the morning. And also because Torque is probably still a little sick.
Yeah, we gotta.
Yeah.
She do okay.
I was like,
She's-
how much alphabet
she's
soup do I need
a-
to make?
The entire alphabet of both English and Jotun.
Enough
I
to write
imagine-
War and Peace.
I imagine
What?
like the alphabet soup isn't even like English; it's like Rune alphabet soup or some shit.
Oh my goodness.
Celtic.
Is it in
Celtic runes.
Azurketi?
It's Azurketi alphabet soup. They just sell it at the market. Just Azurketi alphabet soup.
Oh, we are late.
So yeah. God, I remember that clip.
That's wild.
Like where the building is literally just split in half, and the
It's
entire
gone.
apartment is just gone.
He took it with him.
Absolutely hilarious. Okay, so then the party, after getting some winter clothing, heads to Stupor's Relief. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then, the party takes a Stupor's Relief. Torque is very much looking forward to like getting some fucking like chicken soup for her runny nose.
Chicken soup for the soul.
Hell yeah. She's ready to like take a rest.
A long one at that.
So, which she's gonna need to make a saving throw, but she gets the benefit of the fact that she's got a fucking doctor, with Laria right there, and she's covered, and now she's got
With nurse cat next to her.
yeah.
She got the benefit of 4 walls and a roof.
Yeah, honestly.
I mean, for real. Okay, so let's make our saving throw here. Goddamn, she's gonna need it. Motherfucker, Court, come
Oh,
on.
God.
Please don't let her catch pneumonia. I would cry.
Damn.
Not
Should
pneumonia.
I still do a medicine check?
I would
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would
do
feel
it.
bad. Yeah,
Do
we
a
did.
medicine
We
check,
did
please.
specifically want her to come with us.
Okay, all right. That
Which
that
Gloria
will
had
that
full
will
resistance.
Yeah, Gloria would have just like not even had a problem at all.
She's like, this is nice
Um,
weather.
Okay, so yeah, that's enough for her to like avoid anything more than just like some light sniffles.
That alphabet suit came in.
Yeah.
This alphabet suit hit differently. Oh, that's because
It
it's in
did.
cursive. It's because it's in
Yeah.
cursive.
It hits sideways.
It's in italics.
Man.
This is bold. This is alphabet suit in bold.
Alphabet bold soup. They should have done that in real life.
Speaking of which, there was some damage that in the like combat with the gnolls and the cursed hyena horse. So here at the this honestly very nice flop house that you guys are going to be staying at, you will get back hit points, which is your con bonus times your level, so whatever con bonus is times 5, plus an additional 2.
Sweet.
I'm still at. Did Tim take any damage? Because it says I'm still at max HP.
Tim technically wasn't part of that last combat. Tim provided
fair.
quote unquote cover fire from distance.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm 1 hit point off from max. That's some bullshit.
Good berry.
But what do I have to multiply again?
So take your con bonus and multiply by 5.
Do I also
And then-
repair Mr. Servos?
You will need to make a repair check for that, yeah.
Well, do I need to since I have insurance?
Oh,
Well, no, technically you don't need to make one.
either way.
Okay, so then as far as the repair is concerned, that means that Mr. Servos gets back 2d6. So I can roll that.
Come on.
All right, 2d6
bonus.
for Mr. Serves. 10
There we
hit points.
go.
Back to Mr. Serve.
10 hit points.
Those con
Is
bonus
3
times
off from
5.
max. Let's go.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. What were you saying, Johnny?
Con bonus times 5 and then what?
Con bonus
Add 2.
times 5 and then add 2.
Oh, so
Why is Johnny so low for me?
That's what I'm saying.
I had to adjust my mic because my neighbors they have kids and shit, and
Damn.
Yeah,
and this
they
mic,
can get pretty loud up there.
and plus for some fucking reason, whenever y'all talk, my mic picks it from my headphones.
Yeah, that's weird. I have noticed that.
Yeah, your sensitivity like goes back and forth.
To the roof.
There is no in between. It's either a 1 or a 0 with this headset. I gotta get a new one.
Binary choices.
I'm pretty sure this one's gonna go the way of the dinosaur eventually, because I got this bad boy from Dollar General. But for now, it's working good.
My headset's probably gonna last me another 4 years. The last one got broke as hell, and we had to
buy like a replacement. Because basically what happened is Levi was coming over to give me a big old hug, and then accidentally ripped the cord out of my computer, and the part that plugs into the computer got stuck, and basically ripped the cord in two. So I had to buy a new headset because the plug that's supposed to go in, like the USB cable that's supposed to go into the computer, the USB cable part like ripped off the
Yeesh.
cable.
Uh,
Yeah, she felt really bad about it. Like afterwards,
Yeah, I would
I
too.
kept having to tell her like it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. It was an accident. It's not your fault.
I've got a cable from my old iPhone that is seen better days, but my new iPhone that I got like a week ago, its cable has been so Appleized. I have literally no device that it will plug into, including the Apple wall plug that worked for my iPhone 6. So I'm having to use the cable from the 6 in order to charge my 13, because the cable from the 13 will only plug into the 13 phone, and the other end of the cable is so proprietary it won't fit into one of Apple's own. Absolutely dog bollocks.
That's why I use the wireless cable.
I've been thinking about like maybe this charging thing, but that is a not now. That is a later thing. So either way, to give a little bit of description though for Stupor's Relief, it's a let's see, what would be the equivalent modern hotel chain that would fit for this? It's more of like a
All Day Inn.
No, actually, it's more like a Hilton.
Okay, that's not bad.
Okay,
It's quite comfy.
That's quite nice.
Yeah, it's something like upper end of the middle spectrum.
Yeah.
But either way, though, Stupid's Relief, it's very easy enough to get rooms for each of you, and whatnot. They have a commons area for meals and all that sort of stuff. They do serve meals. They serve specifically a breakfast and a dinner, and they give you the times that will be available. So while you're staying, that's something you can take advantage of. Not anything like super awesome, but hey, free food.
Honestly.
So, which they're very proud to let you know. From the Grapeyard, just north, they've got fresh jam and jelly.
Oh, they call it jam?
They've got jam and jelly. There's kind of an eye roll.
I was like, what's the difference?
It's regional, kind of gelatin they put into it, like that sort of like shit.
I see.
But yeah, they've got grape and apple like jams, jellies. They've got cobblers, all that sort of stuff. They're very like big on the whole like this is all like fresh and local grown and blah blah blah. They are also not like actively like racist profiling versus Tim,
Right.
but and while they're
Very
not.
minimum.
Yeah, while they're not that, there is a noticeable like dip in like just overall like respect when like they're dealing with Tim directly, but they're not like rude or anything like that. Like the mask of professionalism just like when they're dealing with Tom.
It's like the cantina scene from Star Wars. Just like we don't serve your kind here.
Then it's about to go down like the cantina scene.
Han shot first.
But and really quick, I'm assuming so, since everything that affects normal creatures affects Tim. Tim can get drunk, correct?
Tim can technically get sloshed, yes.
Cool.
obviously, the process by which Tim gets sloshed isn't quite the same as like a full-on organic person. But yeah, if you pour alcohol down processing tubes, it will eventually hit your core, and you'll start feeling a
Little tip.
I was like doing repairs on Tim, and he's like, they don't seem to like you here that much, do they?
No, they don't look like they do.
You got any idea as to why that might be?
And would Tim? Could I do like a history check of like anything in his brain? Because like Tim would understand the whole like. Tim would understand like they don't like war things.
Make another society check.
All the society. Better than the last one.
Can I do a society check since I'm talking to him?
Yes, you can.
Much better.
Even better. Okay, so yeah, these people, taken as like the whole of the town, insofar, you can tell that the guards are like they don't hide it at all. That they obviously think poorly of Tim for reasons that Tim has no control over. Very much in that like sort of like profile racist kind of like thing. While they haven't exactly been outwardly hateful, you know, very few people have been like casually or cordially respectful towards Tim this entire time. People have been professional with Tim, you know, like trying to treat him, you know, as an equal, but it's very clear that they're having to try to treat him as an equal. But other than that, yeah, this community does not seem to be positive towards automatons. So that's the
kind of like mentions to Tim is like, well, I mean, it makes sense. Your kind was used in the war. I remember having to sift through thousands of automaton parts in the junkyard after the war for the junk hopper. Hundreds upon hundreds of bodies.
That is very true. Maybe I'll have to change their minds.
Maybe. Or maybe they're too stubborn in their own ways to change my mind.
That feels more apt.
And then Callie kind of just like nods and like gives Tim a smile and continues to like repair Tim.
Yeah. Can Tim be repaired in his 2 hours while he's doing his rest? Because if so, Tim would probably rest while Callie's fixing him.
Sure. Yeah, you can go into shutdown mode.
Oh. Yeah, Tim will shut down while. Nice. Alphabet soup and cider.
That's a deadly combo. So he kind of like looks over. Well, I'm glad my alphabet soup is so good.
Tim can't taste anything, but he knows it's good.
the data into his brain just tells
It's
him
just like good, high quality. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is,
yeah. Torque's like glug glug with the cider, hot soup.
Is Brick freezing while Dr. Tremors is still riding him?
Well,
Like the horse?
when Tim
The
goes
horse?
into shutdown mode, he would have called Brick over to like sit in his lap and then sit and then shut down.
Oh, okay. I because I was just imagining, I was like, I'd imagine Brick like walking in a circle and like Dr. Trevor's on his back.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
like, making horse noises.
100%.
Like super duper 100% accurate. Just
Highly accurate.
Like he's neighing and he's galloping.
It's full on.
Sounds like he's clapping two coconuts together.
Wall riding. Brick, yeah. Allie's like, well, I'm glad they're getting along.
Yeah.
Clop, clop.
Windows shutdown sound. Boo-doo-doo-doo.
So when Tim goes into shutdown mode, Brick otherwise freezes in place, and like the little timer pops up over Tim that's like counting down the 2 hours before he reboots. So since Tim's out of the conversation, Callie,
I want to check the symbol.
okay.
Well, he's shut down. I want to check the symbol.
All right. Well, you access the panel on Tim's arm.
One
it's-
moment. I will
it's-
have to.
It's very easy for you to just
Oh yeah,
pop that
it
latch
open.
and open it up, and where you can see the symbol on the inside.
Yeah,
Um,
I put the the pendant like right next to it, and I'm like, yep, same symbol.
Yep, it is the same symbol. It is notable that the engraving that is inside Tim's arm, though, is leaps and bounds quality-wise a better symbol than what's on the little piece that you were given by Worf. It does, honestly, the piece that Worf had looks like an older version, and the one that's inside of Tim is a more refined version. But it is very clearly the exact same symbol.
Is anybody else around?
Most of the party, yeah.
I'm gonna talk Swag Cloak. Be like, hey Dad, can you come here for a second?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Can you do a magic check on this symbol? And I point to the open fucking symbol in Tim's arm. I wanna see if this is giving off any magic, in any capacity.
Just for gameplay's sake, when Tim goes into construct mode or in sleep mode, he is fully aware of his surroundings.
Yeah, I know that. I'm aware of that fact.
Good. They don't.
I'm aware of that fact.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
All right.
Understandable.
Yeah,
It's all
good.
good.
Understandable.
Thumbs up. Gotcha.
Thank you very much.
Can he hear when he's around?
Yes, he can hear, and he's got motion detection and all that sort of stuff. His senses are not like when he's awake, but
It's a bit
essentially
fuzzy.
it's a bit fuzzy. Details aren't great, but if he were to suddenly be
then
in
I'm
danger, he
gonna-
would.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that I whispered. that I whispered what I said to Swag.
Okay.
Can I make a
Alright.
deception roll for that?
If you're trying to hide it from waking him up early,
Yes.
then I would like you to make a deception roll versus Tim's perception DC. Tim, your perception DC, I believe, is a 20, right?
21.
21. Okay.
Well,
Bullshit.
All right.
Anyway, I tried.
Him stays in standby mode.
Okay. So,
He's not too angry in the morning.
So,
Sam is just like, I'm gonna record the information.
He starts like
So-
the record, yeah.
with that going on though, Swag, how do you want to like check?
You know, I'll do two things. I'll do an Arcana check first, because since it's my
Okay.
highest thing.
Yeah.
See if that symbol looks familiar. So Arcana check go. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As far as the symbol is concerned, you have, in passing, seen this before because you've been around when Callie has worked on Tim in the past. So you have seen this symbol. You know, you never really like paid much attention to it. Now that you're looking at it, well, the same symbol. And also, again, thinking about it, you can remember seeing something that looked vaguely similar in years past when Callie was making various like upgrades and repairs to Mr. Servos and whatnot. Some random scrap pieces, which probably at the time you had no idea came from automaton, was, you know, part of that material that was being used to build up and repair Mr. Servos. So you've got a couple of little like, you know, personal memory pings of this symbol. Now that you've been given some
Nothing
context.
magical.
As far as magical, extending into magical study or the rest of it, no. Nothing's pinging there. Just some personal memories.
Hmm. So it must be like a brand. You know what I mean? Or like
Yeah. Like very literally, a brand is probably what it is. But now that you have the context, you know that that brand only shows up on automatons. How common that is, that you don't know, but like it only shows up on automatons.
Hmm.
I see.
Can I do a lore check to see if I know, because an underworld lore check of like see if it's part of like some weird criminal organization?
Sure, you definitely can do that.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
As you're like looking at it and you're like putting together the like, you know, the click of like, I've only ever really seen this in association with automatons. And also, now that Callie points it out, it's never like in a place, you know, you are fully aware that like, take any other piece of technology in the entire like building that you are in, outside of Tim. But if you took place well, I guess Mr. Service, but like if you took any other piece of technology, you could find on it, you know, printed or painted or something, a maker's mark, you know, that tells you who made this thing or when it was made, that sort of like information.
Yeah.
This is in a hidden spot. Like you wouldn't know that this is here just by looking at it. The only way that you can see it now is because it's been specifically revealed. And in your memory, as you're thinking about it, the only time you ever seen that symbol was on like the inside part of some of those random pieces that got put onto Mr. Servos. So now that you're like thinking like, okay, that's not a traditional maker's mark. Something weird going on. It's only with automatons. It's hidden. That's giving me like the vibes, you know, like maybe there's something like nefarious going on. I'm feeling funky. Uh-oh, spooky.
Would he be saying all of this to Callie?
Well, not yet.
Not
This
yet.
is sort of like rattling through your brain. So as you're like connecting the dots, you know, as the constellation is getting drawn, as you're putting together all of these like bits and pieces, something old in your mind does rise up. So this is not a current thing. This is something. This is dated information. But you get a name, and Danger, I may need you to send me the name of that.
Yeah, you got it. No problem.
Because for some reason, I've been over here like trying to search it up in Discord because we've talked about it, and
Yeah,
Discord just does not want to pull up the name.
big name.
Everything is connected.
He just says like Bleak Reef, and we're like, oh shit, they're making automatons as well.
I'm tired of them putting freaking chemicals in the water that turn the fish into robots.
Where did we go?
Even Danger can't find the fucking name of this thing.
Man,
Buried. You guys buried it.
I did bury it, honestly.
God. Wait a minute. Don't you have a? Didn't you share a fucking?
I did. I found
it.
I like the little
Okay.
freckles you added to Laria. I see
Oh
Yeah,
that.
it's very cute.
She's always had freckles, but I thought it would be cute. Give her like freckles.
Yeah, that is cute. I like that. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so yes, pin it. Thank you.
Yep.
The name that comes up in your mind, Swag, is a name of an organization, and this name, this organization, was called Vivum Machina. Vivum Machina, and it was a maybe religious question mark, like secret cabal kind of like thing that was in years past active in the mainland area of the empire, so far to like the southwest of where you guys are at now. That was where this thing was mostly located at. The other thing that you know about them, they had money, which is why it kind of like pings up in the underworld of like, they were a shadowy cabal, and they were a shadowy cabal of rich people.
Can I do, I kind of, a shadowy cabal.
A shadowy cabal of rich people.
Can I do another check to see if occultism and see if it's like some type of occult that's using automatons?
You know what? Sure.
Shit.
Okay. Outside of the standard like bits where occult, magics and whatnot are used in the like animation of automatons, and the whole binding together of like dust from various like soul gems in order to create a quote unquote new soul for the automatons. Not much, not really much in the occultism way, but cutting that off with your other vague memories, it would say that religion would be the other thing that you would really need to make a check for.
All right, I'm about to do a religion check. Damn.
God damn.
Yeah, because
The one thing.
religion is not trained for.
The occult, good. Religion,
You know what? I'll use a hero point to re-roll that.
Okay. Well, as you hear that, as you use that hero point and re-roll, Torque kind of like wanders over and like looks over at the looks at the symbol on the little pendant piece that you got there, and she's like, "What are you guys doing?"
Kali like looks at her and is like, I just want to know what faction this symbol comes from, whether it's good, bad, what its intentions are, because I'm a bit worried.
I don't think it's bad, honestly.
I don't think it's bad. Me
I don't
doing
think it's
a
bad.
check.
I don't think it's bad.
Callie kind of replies back with, well, if they aren't bad, then why do they choose to hide their symbol in all of the automatons that they make? It's kind of weird, right? If it were...
Well, yeah, that is a little, like, sussy baka of them. That's really the, like, million gold question. Why hide it? I don't know, to be honest. And Torque just kind of like does like, thinking face, like, rubbing her chin with one hand of like, I don't know. and she kind of like she just sort of like leans, like against Tim's like frozen body. And she's like, there's a lot of reasons that you might want to like hide things, and not all of them are nefarious. Although I gotta admit, a lot of maybe it's like like a secret handshake. Like it's just for an in group to identify with each other.
Overhearing Torque, I'm like,
An
I
in-group.
mean,
But wouldn't that mean that there's like
Larry,
Callie
would
kinda
you
ri-
say? I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Callie kind of like looks at her, is like, well, an in-group, wouldn't that mean that there's like some kind of shadow cabal group that's making automatons or something like that? They would have to be a pretty powerful group if that's the case.
in my noggin going. Oh yeah, what about the 20 on that religion check?
Okay, 20 on that religion check does actually pull up something. The group, and you are legitimately unsure of exactly what connections might be, but religiously speaking, they were aligned with the worship of the god Bry. Bry is known as the whisper in the clockwork kind of like thing. Basically, I think a clockwork god, machine god sort of like thing. Not really so much. I mean, kind of is put forward as like the god of automata, but is really more of a god of crafting clockwork and making sure that your devices are put to purpose and whatnot. Like that kind of like shiz. That's what Bry is all about. And noteworthy is that you guys, when you were in Harham, like in early days of the campaign, you guys helped out a dude who was suffering from various other conditions. His name is Griff, and he was a worshiper of Bry. So you've seen shrines and temples and whatnot of Bry all over the place. She is a fairly common deity found in the Imperial. She is found almost entirely, though, in Imperial lands. So she's one of those quote-unquote Imperial gods. Very, very limited followers outside of the Empire. But yeah, that group was related somehow, or at least aligned with the worship of Bry, and therefore probably the Bry Church. They could theoretically be a cult of Bry. That's also entirely possible, given the secretiveness of their comings and goings and the symbol and whatnot. It might be a cult of.
That doesn't sound good. Does Swag say any of this information?
I would kind of like speak to talk to Callie and Rossu and just kind of like relay back relay it back.
And Callie in Rossu would reply with a cult, huh? Best to watch out for that group, I guess, then. And any followers of it, I guess.
And then the perception check was just like, what was Torque was like, how casual Torque was. I was like,
Yeah, it seems a bit suspicious. I feel like she knows something. She's being so nonchalant about this, like, Shadow Cabal group that might be making automatons or something.
Hold on, I actually have to check your perception versus her deception. DC.
Can I do a perception check as well? Might as well.
Yeah, go right for it.
I swear. Oh
holy
damn!
shit.
This one might not be high enough though.
Her deception
Torque?
is.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
would
high.
imagine. Yeah,
Oh,
a bard would
deception
probably
is
be really
very
good at
good.
deception. Yeah, I'd imagine she's probably really good at deception.
Hold on, I gotta whisper something.
Oh,
Also, there's another thing I want to do at the very after all this is like this about the symbol thing is done. But I'll say it when it's over.
Yeah, so this is something to do with a group named Mac that had money and also had some sort of like association with the worship of the deity Bry. The other thing that would be, something that could be pointed out and put together, as a matter of fact, Torque even offers this up, is that, like maybe it's like, like a bunch of machinists or craftsmen or whatever that like work with each other. Like maybe that's what it is. Because like
more people and more hands that this is like.
Yeah, but like, okay, I've never been to the Empire, like mainland. But I've heard that like all of the automatons, Vandal would always like talk about this. He'd also like get real sappy and cry, but Vandal said that like all of the automatons came from.
Sorry, cut out.
Vandal told me that like all of the automatons, 3 factories. Like, there's only 3 sources of them in the Empire. So,
I guess that's fair enough.
So like maybe it's like some sort of like symbol that is about one of the factories, or maybe like a guild something that's associated with workers there.
Well, that Callie then kind of like rebukes, like, I mean, but then also brings up the point of like, why is it still hidden? If the factories are a public place that people work at, why not just stamp the thing on the outside? Why not stamp it for everyone to see? Why not, public go say, we are the makers of the automatons. We
Phoenix Wright music. Hold
yeah. Yeah, like, why not go around saying that we are the only makers and factory? Why hide it? You know what I mean? It seems a bit weird that they would hide a symbol such as that.
Yeah, I agree. That does seem a little weird. And I'm really trying to think, Callie, of something to like counter that against, but like those are actually very smart. Why would they do that? Why would they like put it in a place that is kind of hidden like that? And she sort of like gestures at the panel on Tim's arm. Why go through that effort and then to like put I don't know, like, do they put these symbols on anything? Because like there's Tim here.
Can I do like a recall knowledge check for that?
Yes, you can.
Do?
Make a craft check for that.
Alrighty.
No assurance, but just okay. There we go. Don't need it. Don't need it.
Didn't even need it.
Jesus fuck.
Okay, Callie, who has extensive experience just crawling through every piece of like tech that the Empire has ever cranked out. It is only on automatons. As a matter of fact, the only time you've ever seen anywhere that's not a part of an automaton is this little medallion piece that you have in your hand. This is the only other time you've ever seen this symbol anywhere that wasn't on, technically inside an automaton body.
I feel like Callie would then shoot back with that and be like, well, in my experience of having to drudge through thousands upon thousands of automaton parts, scouring out wasted, deserted, old battlegrounds looking for parts, I've only ever seen this stamped on automaton parts. I've only ever seen it stamped on the inside of automaton parts, I should say. And it's weird.
because the only time I've ever seen it not stamped on the inside of automaton parts is on this medallion. And that's the only occasion I could say that I've seen this symbol where it wasn't stamped on the inside of automaton parts. Meaning
Where did you get the medallion?
Worf gave it to me, wondering where it was from.
Did Worf say where he got it?
He said he got it on some dead body in an old battleground, and it's plagued his mind ever since.
That is strange.
I'm gonna whisper to Callie and Rasu, like saying, something doesn't seem right. Let's try to keep some of this information to ourselves.
And Callie whispers back in Rasu, is like, I think you're right. I think it would be best to keep some of this information to ourselves. I don't want it to get out, obviously, but it's plaguing my mind a little, because like something isn't sitting right with me about this whole thing.
How much time has passed?
Literally 10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
The
Like
longest 10 minutes.
Yeah, like it's been
This is
in
a
game.
heated
It's only been
discussion.
like it's only
Tim
been
being
like
a
10 minutes,
table.
and Tim is just
Them
like
being a table, yeah.
Tim's just sitting there like frozen in cooldown. But that being the case, like Torque, politely waits for you guys to like bounce back and forth in Azarketti, and then she kind of lowers her voice a little bit, and with the hand that isn't already like leaning on Tim anyways, she like gestures like at Tim, and she's like, should we like tell Tim about this, like, or ask him about it?
Callie kind of says,
I mean, it clearly affects him.
Callie says quietly, back to Torque, I've been avoiding that question, avoiding telling him for a while, because I don't know how it would affect him. If what we say is true and this faction is potentially harmful, how are we to say that there isn't some fail-safe in his head that would activate the moment we show him the symbol? The fact that they want to keep their identity private and secretive, I doubt that he would just overlay the information to us immediately upon seeing any sort of indication as to where his creation came from.
I mean, I suppose that's fair. I did ask Tim once, like, where he had come from, because like I was under the assumption, all of the other automatons. But Tim told me that that wasn't the case, that he has only actually been active for like a few years, until one day you woke him up out of his like shutdown period because you were like trying to harvest one of his bits and pieces.
Yeah, that Callie kind of like blushes a little bit. He's like, yeah, I thought he was dead. Okay, that's my excuse. I was trying to steal his leg from Mr. Servos at the time, but I thought he was dead. He was like out of it for so long. I thought he was dead. Okay.
Well, I mean, I get you. I understand. And now that I've seen the junkyard in Runoff, I get how you could have reached that conclusion. There weren't any really other active automatons. Tim was the only one, so your experience with active living automatons would have been kind of limited. So I get you. I'm not trying to shame you or anything for that, Callie. I'm just letting you know that Tim did mention that to me, though.
Part of Callie kind of like also responds back with it. Part of the reason I also don't want to tell him is I'm not sure how he would handle it, knowing. But at the same time, it's like if he doesn't know anything at all anyway, then we would be still at kind of square one of not really knowing anything about this faction that makes automatons anyway.
Maybe so. When I talked to Tim before, having asked him his, where he came from and everything, he didn't say anything about a group like this to me. And, at the time, I would have assumed that Tim was being truthful and honest with me. But he didn't mention anything about them, so maybe he doesn't know about them either. I mean, he definitely knows about the symbol. I've seen him like fiddle with his arm a lot. There's, he's got this persistent rust damage that he's kind of like self-conscious about.
Kind of thinks about it for a second. Is like, I'll tell him when it's a good time to tell him, or I'll ask him when it's a good time to ask him. Because right now we're kind of like in the thick of it. But when we're not doing something important, I've been meaning to ask him. It's just not, it's not very like the usual typical thing you like ask people. It's like, yeah, like, like.
Where's your past from?
Yeah, like you don't just go and fight like you're going off to fight a dragon. And the first question you ask is like, so, Tim, is like, which factory were you made in?
Yeah, you know anything about this?
So tell me about your parents. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get you. I get you, Callie. This isn't a great time to bring it up, but, I mean, I guess we'll play it by ear. When you think that we've hit that right time to like say something to Tim, I think it would probably be for the best.
Yeah. And Callie kind of just like nods, gives a thumbs up, and then kind of goes back to like fiddling with Tim.
All right, just make sure you don't break anything while you're in there, of course.
Can I do something actually? Can I upgrade my knowledge on automaton creation actually while I'm at it? While he's down now, can I just like?
How would you like to?
How would I like to? What?
How would you like to upgrade your knowledge on automaton construction?
I want to analyze his soul. I feel like Callie at this point would be very interested in his soul, like kind of like fiddling around with it. Not like in a bad way, obviously, but like I feel like she'd get like a bit hyperfixated on like the creation of that his soul's done.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's do this mechanically. Let's put on like if you would just make a note there on Callie's sheet that actually, you know what? On Callie's sheet, under the lores, put automaton lore, but don't put training in it. Just put automaton lore there, and we'll start by working our way towards that. I believe there's a thing on the sheet though where you can give a like bonus to it that's not training. So just give it a plus, and then obviously it is intelligence based. So
Callie's got a lot of that, so it's fine.
Yeah. So we'll just say at the moment that Callie's a +1 to any sort of like checks that come up for automaton stuff.
Alrighty. I am.
Also, Danger, if you would also go ahead and add automaton lore to your sheet as well.
Awesome.
Is it because he's listening in at the moment?
Yeah, partly because he's listening in. So yeah.
Lore is a feat for mine.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is also a feat for the automatons to like have training in it. So that's why I'm not giving him. But I want to put it there so that we can make a specific automaton lore check.
What's my rank on it? Untrained.
Yeah, rank is untrained. So it's
based, right?
It's just intelligence based. But also I want to go ahead and give Tim that same like general +1 bonus.
They can't.
No, because it booked.
Oh, okay.
So then just order something. Let's go ahead.
Good.
So, that done. Torque, otherwise, just kind of like hangs around while you guys are working on Tim and doing like actual maintenance
I've
and
returned.
whatnot.
Pizza.
Pizza. Actually, since you have returned, Johnny,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Jonathan, would
my government.
John? All right, John Halfus. I need you to. I need you to make a Arcana check, please.
Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Pardon me. All right. So with that 22 Arcana check, I'm going to ask you to also cast Detect Magic.
Excellent.
Okay. So, all of this like talk of different, like crafts and jazz and back forth and whatnot. Something tickles in the back of your mind, all the way back in, the soul of all things that are. There's a little switch that flips back there that sends the signal down the chain all the way down to you to I should probably cast Detect Magic and really focus real hard.
I need to put some brain into it.
Yeah, so you put some brain into it, and so this is totally up to you if you want to let anybody else know. But hidden within the aura of the magic that is being and party and all that sort of stuff. So basically, it's been hidden here this whole time. But now that you're thinking about it and you're really zooming, that medallion piece has just a tiny little pinprick of magic in it.
I asked Callie if I can hold on to the medallion, and I'm going to fiddle with it.
Okay.
Is this in Rasu?
Yes.
Alright, well then I say back in Rasu, it's alright, yeah. It's what I asked in the first place. Here you go, and she hands him the medallion.
All right. So this little medallion, so that we're clear here, it is roughly the size of a quarter. It is flat. It is mostly round. It's definitely has some wear and tear on it. Quite possibly Worf has probably taken a hammer and tapped it back into general shape because it was bent up at some point. The hole in the top where you would thread string or leather or whatever to make it an actual medallion has been ripped, so it won't hold on to anything with that. You'd have to make a new hole. But it's also been pared down and rounded, so it's not a jagged piece of metal that you might stab yourself every time you put your hand in your pocket. But other than that though, it is it's about the size of like I said, it's about the size of a quarter, a little bit smaller than an actual gold piece would be, and it is made mostly out of brass. And it's got that funky little symbol on it.
And it's the same symbol that's on Tim, correct?
That is correct. Tim's got the better version of it, but it's definitely
the more updated version.
And right smack dab in that tiny little metal, there is just a baby kernel of magic that's attached. And it is specifically made and placed there to be concealed. So basically, you've just noticed a concealed spell.
And it's too. I'm assuming it's too small for me to actually know what the magic is. Correct?
Yeah. As far as that is actually, one thing I do need to look up is I need to look up
Must mean they're professionals then at this.
because detect magic is a little different than the version that you have on there. That's the legacy version. The updated version, let's see here. Yeah, specifically, you receive no presence or absence of magic. You can choose to ignore magic that you're fully aware of. That's what this thing does, is it basically just hijacks that surrounding aura of familiar magic, so it just camouflages into the background. But now that you know that it's there and you are zoomed in on it, you
Is there
can
any
tell
way I
that
can focus more on it to tell what kind of spell it is?
you can make an identify magic check. Let me tell you exactly how that works. Let's see here. We want to do identify.
Tim is just because Tim knows this is all happening, but he's just like he's wondering because
He's wondering if he wants to come out of sleep, which will ruin his rest, in order to like comment on this, or just
Deal
let
with
the
this.
flesh people keep talking while he sits
just let
there.
them do it. They're curious. They got
Oh,
curiosity or
Callie's got
whatever.
his chest cavity open, and she's like inspecting his soul stone and shit.
Yeah, she's just poking around on the core, like doing regular maintenance stuff. Nothing sus there. But okay, so for identify magic, give me the specifics here. Identify, if I can fucking spell it correctly.
Identify magics.
Yeah, identify magic.
It's gonna be very awkward. We have to go to above next morning with Tim after he's just kind of like, well,
Okay.
I was awake the whole time.
All right. As a magus, you are a arcane spellcaster, so I will need you to make a check.
Another arcane check.
Yes, please.
Damn.
Hmm.
Not great, not bad.
Not great, not bad. I also need to roll an arcana check for you. A secret one, though. So let me open up your sheet. Turn on the whisper function real quick, and we make the check here. So let's see, Arcana. Click clack. Alrighty. Okay. So, as you are poking around, trying to figure out what you're looking at here. What you find is that inside this coin or medallion or whatever the hell you want to actually define it as, the actual core piece of it is a different type of metal, and it is not a metal that is native to this universe. And the magic and the magic that is attached to it is also not native to this universe.
Space magic.
It is space magic. It is space magic. Specifically,
you should be very familiar with space magic.
It is.
You're also not this
Yeah,
planet.
as you are yourself not from this planet, you can tell that this is, or the core piece of this metal in here, magic that is tied to it, is elemental. Specifically, metal element, as there is a metal, elemental plane, and there are beings which live on the metal elemental plane. There are genies that live there.
Space genies?
Space genies.
Space genies.
Space genies that are fucking metal.
That's metal.
Like as in the like the element, or like the other one.
Both. They're both.
Oh.
They rock out. They fucking rock out hard, but they are also made out of literally.
Rock on, dude.
Rock out.
Yeah.
Rock
So
on, dude.
they are metal aliens that can cast metal magic, and this is a tiny piece of metal from that dimension that has a tiny piece of metal magic woven into it.
Very interesting. Are you also relaying this to the rest to Kelly?
Well, this is up to Swag if he wants to share that particular stuff. So at the moment, Swag is the only one who's aware of it.
And I would just say I would probably just utter the words "metal genie."
Like in common.
And I'd be kind of be like struck, like kind of like awestruck, like fucking metal genies.
Metal genies.
Metal genies. Like, we talking like the element metal, or we talking like the other kind? Callie says.
I pretty much give us a quick summarized version of what Fuzzy just described in Rasu, just to Callie, because I'm still really sussy with Torque.
I mean, yeah, she does feel like she's kind of hiding some stuff. She's too nonchalant about this whole damn thing.
Yeah.
But then Callie's response back in Ross would be like, That's wild, aren't she? And then she also would be like, kind of like praising her dad, be like, makes sense that you would know about that, considering you are also from another world.
Spice.
Spice.
Spicy.
All right. So that's what you know. There's fucking elemental magic and some
Space
elemental metal
genies.
in this tiny little tiny little thing.
Space genies. Holy shit, man.
Space genies.
They come from outer space.
They come from they come from space Australia.
They come from space Australia.
Not space Australia.
Woof.
So, Space Australia aside, though, and the many designings of Space Australia aside, unless the party has anything else that they want to do, eventually that 2 hours does run up. There's the ding, and
Tim is awake. Callie's like,
Tim,
how was
you
your rest?
are.
Go ahead, Fuzzy.
I was gonna say, like, you wake up and you're, like your top and your shirt and whatnot are
Off.
Yeah, off and everything. But I mean, like, there's evidence that Callie has done maintenance.
His new
Yeah.
fluffy jacket.
So all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, and it's just sitting there, like, next to you. Torque has, conveniently folded it up and just like placed it right there next to you, so you can easily put it back on. And whatnot. So everything, seems cool when you wake up.
And like, essentially does like the robotic version of stretching, where he just like decouples and recouples all the like connector links in his body. Just. That one felt tense. Well, good morning, y'all. Well, I guess it's not morning, but
It'll be morning soon enough.
Yeah,
I just,
Callie's like,
get
yeah, it'll be a
bitten.
morning in like 9 hours.
no. Well,
It's about time for all the fleshies to get some sleep.
yeah, it's about time for y'all to head to bed, ain't it?
Yeah, Callie's like,
That
Kelly
sounded a little
yawns.
intimidating.
Yeah, but
About time for you guys to go to bed, right? Hand slowly unfolds into gun.
Callie like looks at him and he's like, yeah, I'm kind of tired. Repairing you is a lot of fucking work.
Yeah, that's Tim like
You got a lot
puts
of
his
hard
hand
days.
back on like the rusted spot on his shoulder and the rusty area near the hatch. He like lingers on the hatch for a second before going like, yeah, do we, I mean, I figure not, since we're in a building, but do we think we should keep watch, or because I'm gonna be up for a little while, at least until you guys get up.
Are our doors locked? Do we have keys?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't think we need to have a watch
Yeah.
because I think
it would take a lot of force in
To
order to break into
Break
our
through the
rooms.
door.
Yeah, and Torque points out that you guys are all on the same floor, 3-story building.
Sure.
You're all right next to each other. We're all just kind of like at the moment sort of hanging out in Tim's room because Tim's got like the least amount of stuff.
Tim's
and
room is
whatnot, and
basically
needing to-
like a storage closet.
yeah, like Tim's room is just got like the basic furniture. So that's why they've just been sort of like hanging out while, Callie was taking care of repairs and whatnot. But it is getting late, and Torque's ready to get some rest and go lay down. So she's gonna head off to the room that she's got with June and whatnot, and she'll see you guys in the morning.
All right.
Alright.
Tim turns and looks at the two people that are like closest to him. It's like, are y'all planning on getting some shut eye, or
Who's the closest people?
that would be you and Johnny?
Yeah, that would be you two.
Callie looks at him and is like, why are you asking?
Well, I've known you guys to stay up late working on stuff, so I didn't know. I think it'd be best for y'all to get some rest. I'm probably just gonna,
Callie looks at him and is like, well, yeah, I kind of want to go to bed a little earlier. I wanted to go meet
Mark
Vernon
2.0.
Love.
yeah.
I want to go meet Vernon Love in the morning because I need him to go and paint the pictures of my mother and father, obviously.
Yeah. Good to paint.
And I also still got to buy some alcohol for Vinal because he tasked me with that. I don't know why he tasked me of all the party members, but but since he's working for me, I thought it'd be very nice in order.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Nice to do that. So yeah, I want to get some shut eye as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, I am done with that thing, but I don't know how long I'll be back because my mom is on the phone, so I don't know if she's just gonna, once that's done, if she's just gonna come upstairs like right in my room or not. So we'll just keep an eye out. So if I just go offline again, then that'll be why. Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
All right. So the flesh people that need to like actually sleep, they can take their rest. But of course, that leaves Tim, who has
I was getting ready
processed
to
the
say.
2
I was
hours.
getting ready to say.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to. I wouldn't say keep watch, but I would say I want to be weary of like, at least be sleep with one eye open. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm feeling a little nervous.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. Understandable. Okay. So
Jamal will as well.
Wow, what would you
Okay.
ever be nervous about?
Jamal also one eye open.
You know, despite the fact man already have one eye, but still.
Sleep with one eye.
Oh,
But no, I still have both my eyes. It's just one's a messed up esoteric Cthulhu looking eye.
Tim. So does everybody go to bed?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Well,
Yeah. Let's go with that. Everyone
It's
otherwise.
If it's like
leaves-
9 hours, then Larry will just stay up for another hour and then she'll go to bed.
Okay. For again, sort of like to describe the stupor, they do have like a commons area for like eating or just hanging out or whatever, which is available to guests like 24/7. They do lock the door, like the main like front door. They do lock the door like after it gets late, and like the local bars and whatnot have like closed down. So after that, they lock the doors. But otherwise, the building is yours to roam. They do ask that you only go into rooms that either you've rented or that you've been invited into. But otherwise, if you want to walk the halls and just be
Invited
weird,
into-
they're not going to stop you. Just walking the halls and being weird.
You can be the stalker in the hallways.
Is there a fucking vampire?
No, but
I
you're gonna
mean-
have a
I mean,
rover.
There could be a vampire.
Who knows?
He's gonna roam. He's on patrol.
I would just say for a reaction, in case somebody comes in through our door, like it's like I'm gonna toss a color spray as a reaction.
Callie ain't gonna have any reaction. Callie's fast asleep. She in deep sleep. She in
Well,
the napping stage. She got
That's good. It's good for you to sleep deeply.
She,
That's good for you.
she's having a full on Mimir.
That's so
On that-
fucking
I was like, on
ominous.
that-
It's like, that's
I
so
was like,
good.
on
You're
that-
sleeping deeply. Continue
like,
to
okay.
do that.
Okay, on that note,
Go
on that-
ahead and sleep. It's fine.
All right,
on
Jamal,
that
what you
note,
doing?
on that note, Jamal's reaction is he just have his dagger on his chest.
I will say this. Dr. Tremors is sleeping on top of this, on Callie's head, and his reaction is to shout and start making alarm sounds as soon as something in the general vicinity endangers him or Callie. Yeah, literally,
Okay.
it's gonna be like, wee.
We standing there, menacingly.
Hey, look, bisexual lighting. I think that's the cops.
No, Fuzzy. No. I mean,
so,
yes. But no.
anyway, okay, so the party, minus Tim, gets rest that organic creatures require. If you are sleeping with one eye open, I'm going to say that you're getting your rest and you're getting light sleep. But both Jamal and Swag, sometime very late during the night, both of you do hear movement in the hallway of somebody moving in the hallway. But yeah, you do hear movement late in the evening. Nothing comes to your door or anything like that, but you do wake up, register somebody or something has moved, down the hallway and then back again, and that's that.
I was awake. Could I have?
Yeah, you're awake. The rest of them just register it as noise. Tim, you're awake.
Yeah.
So you can actually do something. What do you want to do?
I think around that time, Laria would be asleep.
Yeah. Which at that point, did Larian get her own room? Because I would have brought a plot in and set it in his room if Laria.
Yeah, that could work.
Just so they don't have to split 2 extra rooms for somebody who sleeps for 2 hours when Tim could literally just stand for 2 hours.
Out and find
Yeah.
someone else.
Just here, sleep in my room.
Yeah, I should have just sleep in the pot. And then he gave her.
But before Tim hears the sound of walking in the room, he's gonna can I do as Tim a memory check or something for that name, Viva Machina?
I'm gonna say that as far as the name is concerned, you know the name, but context is the thing that
is missing
failed.
from me.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
Name. Insofar as that conversation and everything that happened while Tim was just watching everything happen. Obviously, of course, there's all of the stuff that you did tell Torque, and what you know and everything in that general sense. But now you're aware of the fact that, Callie and Swag know, and theoretically the rest of the party was nearby, and so they've probably at least overheard some or all of it.
But yeah,
So
Tim will check and see what that sound was.
okay, then I need Tim
Sneakily.
to make a perception check.
Roll high.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Andy.
Boss.
Well, you take a peek out your door. Are well, okay. Second question: are you going to be obvious about like checking? You know, are you like throwing open the door and like looking out the hall? Or are you trying to be
Dead
sneaky?
eyes in the dark.
Just robotic eyes peek around the side. No, Tim will probably try and be a little bit stealthy.
All right. Then Tim, I'd like you to make a stealth check.
I have a 2 modifier to stealth.
Okay then.
No, and shows.
Shows.
It does in fact
Tim
show.
is not sneaky.
All right then, Tim.
You hear like the metal clank, clank, clank as he's like walking up the stairs.
Dunk, dunk.
You hear the actual floorboard bend underneath his like automaton weight.
Okay. Hold on, I have to check something.
What could that
Hopefully
possibly be?
hopefully it's very low, but it would have to be lower than 8, so I doubt it.
I don't know. Somebody who's blind probably wouldn't see him.
Yeah, but they're blind. They
True.
don't see anything.
That's the point.
Okay. So, Tim, you know, like crack open your door, and you're just like,
Oh my
you know,
god.
peek
Hello.
down the hallway. Don't see anything in that direction. Open the door a little bit more so you can look around it to look down in the other direction. And when you do that, you do see a humanoid figure at the end of the hall. Now, Tim's got low light vision, and you know, like all of the lights are otherwise like out. There's like basically there's a little wall light at the end of at both ends of the hallway. So you've got like a little tiny candle worth of light down there, but it is otherwise dark. And you see at the far end of the hallway, you see a human-sized, generally human-shaped figure that notices you immediately, and then like pops, you know, like around the corner, just like boop, and is gone.
Can I give chase?
Sure, if you want to.
I'm not gonna sprint, but I'm gonna like
He wakes up everyone in the inn as you
Trying to,
hear
like-
the sound of clank, 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 clank in the hallway.
All right, so Tim follows down to the end of the hall.
yeah.
Okay, is Brick active?
Yes.
Okay, so Tim and Brick go down the hallway.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna leave Brick in the room.
Okay, so Brick stays in the room. Tim follows. Tim knows, because you know, obviously you've had to move through the building to get to your room, that right around the corner is the stairwell that goes either up to the 3rd floor or down to the ground floor. And when you get there, you don't see anybody, so they've either gone up or down.
I have tracking.
You do.
I do. Hold
Although
on.
I would like to ask, how are you tracking on this wooden floor?
I had the most cursed thought in my head.
Oh my, no.
Tim on all fours, smelling the ground, going.
God.
He licks the floorboard with his automaton tongue. He's like, I think it went up.
You went up.
I'm so sorry.
That's a good question. How would Tim track somebody like that?
That looks good, Jay. I like that.
Because
Yeah.
can Tim be using like the sound of footsteps? Because even if they're being stealthy, Tim might be able to hear like the mild creak of the wood.
I mean, that's true. Okay.
Put up, have Brick go downstairs, and you go up.
I mean, that is the other thing. You could do that. You technically can go in both directions.
That's
because
a
you are
good-
two
okay.
creatures.
Tim's gonna like psychically call Brick. Just come here, boy.
Okay.
And then Tim's gonna go up, Brick's gonna go down.
Okay. Brick heads to the bottom floor. Tim heads to the top floor. So I'm going to need Tim and Brick to both make perception checks.
I would rather I would rather Tim get jumped.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. My mom now says I need to go to the store for them. God damn. Like, okay. I'll leave the stream up and stuff again. But
Okay.
I was.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel ya.
I'm alright.
I'll see you later.
That does suck. All right. We'll talk to you later.
See you in a bit.
All right. So, Tim, Brick, you know, because what Brick knows, you know. And even when you are on the third floor, no more than 20 feet apart, really. So since you're well within, range and whatnot, Brick is down on the ground floor. He can see down the hallway into the main room. He's got even better night vision.
I was gonna say Brick has full night vision.
Yeah, and he is registering nobody down here. He sees Mr. Servos over in the corner where where Callie is curled up inside of the thing, all snug as a bug, and Dr. Trimmers is sitting on top of it, also curled up into sleepy position with his tail hand over his eyes. They seem undisturbed.
Okay.
So bottom floor, clear. Top floor, long hallway, whole bunches of rooms. All the doors appear to be closed. There aren't really any turnoffs or anything. There's just another stairwell on other end of the hallway that would go back down. So everything appears to be clear up here.
Can Tim do some kind of survival check to see if any of the doors are closing, or if they're already shut? I mean, they're all shut, but
yeah, go ahead and make a survival check. We'll treat this again more like tracking. Okay, all right.
Damn.
Tim's got to find this.
Tim's zoom, check each door. 1, 2, 3, 4.
After hearing what Kelly had to say about the symbol, yeah, I don't blame him. He's got to hunt this guy down.
Tim's on it.
So Tim zooms in. Door number 3 on the left side, ever so slightly, isn't closed all the way.
I'm not gonna fire my gun. I guess Tim's gonna walk up to
make a perception check, Tim.
Okay.
As you're walking towards the door. You hear the sound of a window opening.
Tim sprints through the door. As soon as he hears he full pushes the door open. He
Okay. You throw open the door, and thankfully, this room is unoccupied, except for you. And it's also unoccupied because the figure is out the window and is currently sailing across the open space from this building to the next building.
Damn.
Just leaped over to the next building.
Can I catch any identifying features? Because there's no way, unless I fire my gun and I'm not getting us in trouble. Is there anything I can do to catch?
I'm gonna say that.
Oh wait,
You got your grappling gun.
my grappling gun.
Yeah.
Can
you do have a grappling gun.
Can I just fire the grappling gun at him?
I mean, sure, go for it. I'm gonna give him this is gonna be a ridiculous attack roll. Sure, make it.
I don't.
Why is it successful?
I mean, Tim is a gunslinger. Tim is just with firearms of all varieties.
I don't. God, it's in my items. It's not in my weapons. Hold on.
Damn.
Did I roll a d20 and just add something to it?
What's your what is your standard attack? Not counting the magical revolver.
How did I lose it? It is plus 14.
Okay, then 1d20 plus 14.
So 25.
Okay. So 25. Close but no cigar.
Dang.
You fire your wrist mounted at the target as they are like crossing the open space in between this building and the next. It does not catch them, but it does make contact. And for the briefest of moments, there is a little firing of sparks and a clang as your grapple hits some metallic surface. And in that little flash of light, you see that whoever they are, they're wearing what looks like plate mailed like high-heeled boots.
Tim has never locked anything into his memory banks harder. It's just steel heel boots. Just like the words like pass over his eyes for a moment. Steel high heels.
Steel high heels. I would say that they have feminine cast to them. So high-heeled women's boots, but armored.
Tim watches as do they keep flying or do they land and run off?
Oh, they land on the other building and they run off, and like that they are gone pretty much in an instant.
So they're wearing steel, they're wearing metal high heel boots, and they're incredibly dexterous because they're running in high heels. Got it. Okay. Tim winds back up his wrist grappler.
And as a matter of fact, as you're winding your wrist grappler back up, make an athletics check.
Roll back.
Roll high.
This is actually not a very high one. Okay, more than enough. So as you're like cranking back your, the spool of cabling for the grapple, it's telling you exactly how much grapple got extended as you're like cranking that back up. And as you're standing in the room, you realize that from the back of this entire room plus the hallway to get to the window, which is at waist height, there isn't 20 feet. Like it is at best, it's more like 13. And the jump that they just cleared was over 20 feet.
Yeah, no way you could standing jump that distance from that short of a run up.
Must be an automaton then.
So,
or something
yeah.
Like human.
So somebody who either has magical assistance or is something beyond human or is perhaps an automaton or otherwise enhanced, springed with the greatest of ease, just like out this fucking window and all the way across to another building, like it was fucking without a running start, because everybody would have heard you running, but nobody heard them running. So, down in the room, Laria, as you're, sitting there in the pot, like, absorbing nutrients and everything, you do hear the thump, thump, thump above you of Tim running down the hallway.
So it's so loud it woke me up.
Oh yeah. Tim running is loud enough to wake everyone up.
Oh shit.
Before Tim leaves this room, can he check, like, just for anything, any scrap of something in the room?
Yeah. go ahead and make a do perception check. Ooh, okay. So,
Perception's high.
okay, so first of all, it doesn't look like this room has actually, at least not recently. The lock was not only jimmied, but it has a like sticky substance that was placed over it so that somebody could turn the lock and close the door, but it wouldn't actually latch.
Ah.
So it would appear to be closed and locked, but it wouldn't actually latch. Besides that, while the room looks like nobody has been in here, the window does have a little smudge on the frame right next to where the the latch is for the window. So there's some like dark, oily substance there that could have rubbed off of somebody's hand or whatever.
I was gonna say, Tim probably has like, if probably not vials, but Tim definitely has like paper of some kind. He would probably just wipe up what he can on the paper and then fold it up to like keep a sample.
Yeesh. Okay. Okay. So you scrape off a little sample of that. Do you want to grab a sample of the stuff that's on the lock too?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
2 pieces of
All
paper
right.
used.
All right. So you smudge up that stuff and collect that, and as you're like pocketing it, is when light comes up the stairwell, and one of the staff people, who's a halfling man, comes around the corner with like a bullseye lantern and like shoots it down the hallway, and he's like, "What's going on up here? Who's running down these halls?"
Tim like politely sticks his head out the window. Sorry, I tripped. My dog got out. I had to. 1 second, and then I pretend to make a whistle sound, and Brick runs up behind him.
Bark 2.0. Bark 2.0.
Sorry, sir. We'll be quiet.
Yeah, he's not even. Brick isn't being loud about it. He's just like saying it. Bark.
Yeah, bark. We'll be quiet.
He whispers it. Bark 2.0.
Bark 2.0.
Bark, but softly. So yeah, the staff guy like he very much like gives you like a look like he does not believe you for a heartbeat. But he says, "Okay, sir, just make sure to keep your dog on a leash. Maybe lock your doors."
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just don't run in the halls, please. It's rude to other guests.
Yes, sir.
And then he comes over to like the room that Tim's stepping out of, and he glances over at it and at the door. You're not in this room.
No, I think I might have broke the door. I'm a bit heavy, so when my dog slipped between my legs, I tripped and fell into the door. I think I might have broke the latch. I can pay for it to get fixed.
Well, you'll definitely be paying for it.
Yes, sir. That's all.
Look, it's late.
Yeah.
I want to get back to sleep. I'm
Absolutely.
sure that the rest of our guests would like to get to sleep. If you could quietly take your dog back to your room, sir, I would be very grateful for that.
Absolutely. Tim very quietly and softly walks his way back to his room.
Okay. Is anybody else coming in or out of their rooms or anything?
You hear like a wee woo sound coming from downstairs.
Oh no.
Callie like taps Dr. Tremors on the head, like, "What is it, boy?"
Up.
Bang bang. Bark 2.0.
Ah, that's
Uh,
my title.
Seems like Tim is up to no good. He just goes back to sleep.
Tim's up to shenanigans.
I sleep
Doc-
now.
Dr. Tremors goes back to sleep. Okay, so Tim, since you're awake for the rest of the night, as you're back in your room and everything, as it begins to get like close to daylight hours, you see the staff member, who admonished you in the hallway. Out your window, you see them dressed leave the building.
Oh, what I miss?
And about 10, 20 minutes later, as people are going to, the sun's fully starting to like rise and peek up over the mountains. You see the halfling man come back, and behind him are like 20 guards.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Is everybody awake at this point?
Everybody's beginning to wake up, so like everyone is literally just sort of
Okay.
like.
So where Tim's room is, and
Mhm.
where the dude is walking into the front, where is that orientated?
All right, so Tim is on the second floor.
Mhm.
You basically have bedrooms that are on the front of the building versus bedrooms that are on the back. Tim's got a room that is on the front of the building, which is why Tim can easily see this from the front of the building as they are approaching. So the like main actual entrance is almost directly below you. You'd have to go down to the either end of the hallway, take the stairwell down to the bottom, walk past a couple of other rooms, and then you enter into the commons area, and that's where the main door is. So it's almost directly below you.
So if I opened my window and jumped out, that would be
You would be jumping down into
that'd be like
them.
Well, if I waited for them to come inside.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you wait for them to come inside and then you were to like jump down, you could juke them that way, yeah.
Okay, so if I can do that, I'm gonna turn to Laria, who's probably waking up, right?
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to Laria and go, okay, Laria, I think after the scuffle that happened last night, the guards are coming after me. If you could, I'm gonna go out this window and I'm gonna sprint towards, I don't know yet. I'm gonna find somewhere to go hide for a little while. If you could let them know that I left for Harham, I could maybe lose their trail. Do you think? Can you do that for me?
The age-old adventure. Can you be real cool about some shit real fast?
Can you be real cool about real fast?
Hey man, highlight stuff.
I guess, but like, Last is just waking up, huh?
It's all right. Just don't tell them. Just tell them I left late last night.
He's like, okay, I'll tell him that you left.
All right, we'll make sure that we put a Tim marker on the board here because Tim might be separate from the rest of the party.
Okay.
Tim is swing the law. Who would have thunk?
Oh yeah. Tim would have thought. Okay. So once they come inside, Tim waits for a minute, opens the window, jumps out.
Okay. Tim, as you are making this thing, I do want you to do a athletics check for me.
He falls on his ass.
You got.
Oh no.
Okay, that's enough to
Okay.
not take damage.
Good.
But yeah, you don't exactly land gracefully. I'm gonna say that Brick just video game rubber bands so that he's like next to you. Yeah, he just boom. He is there.
He Minecraft dog teleports to you.
Yeah, so
Yep.
yeah, he Minecraft dog teleports to you.
Tim.
And where is
Tim
Tim and Brick going to go now that you are on
Okay,
the
so
streets
first
and
things
on
first.
the lam?
Yeah, Tim's gonna pop up his. Tim will have he has pants, so Tim will have
Mhm.
pulled on pants, put
Yeah.
up his new trench coat he has. He would have popped the collar up, buttoned the shirt all the way up, and then
Mhm.
just put on the cowboy hat pointed down so you can't see his face, and is going
Okay.
to sprint, or not sprint. He's gonna quickly walk towards this intersection.
Okay. All right. So Tim leaves the rest of the party there
Oh,
at the
Yeah, Tim will also let them know. Tim will tell Laria, it's tell him to meet at the annex, and then Tim jumps out the window.
You mean the one
Okay.
that's made for adults?
Mhm.
I mean,
Well,
it's the
we
only
just meet
place
at the
the
annex. We
only
don't gotta
place
go to the
known as an annex. Okay, so Tim doesn't have a tremendous way to go. But it will take Tim a couple of to walk over there if he goes immediately. As far as just getting down here, though, that's really only going to let's see, it's 142 and a half meters. That's fucking meters.
I don't think it's 142 and a half meters because that's almost 600 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is 600 feet to that intersection.
Oh, feet. Duh. My brain. Sorry. Ignore me.
Yeah, so, and Tim has a speed of 25. So I'm trying to do some quick math on how fucking long
Mathing it out.
So let's see, 142 meters, break that into feet, and then divide that by Tim's speed. It would take Tim almost 2 minutes to walk down there. Okay.
And if he ran,
if you ran, you could cut that down into half a minute. You could be there in basically 30 seconds if you just sprinted.
Tim's not going to sprint because that's suspicious. Tim's going to try and walk as casually as possible.
Yeah, and there's traffic. There are other people, out and about and all that. So you can do
Assassin's
social
Creed
stealth.
thing.
Yeah, social stealth.
He
So
just blends in the crowd.
Tim is trying to
He's
blend
not
into the
bad.
crowd. But Laria, roughly 20 to 30 seconds after Tim leaps out the window and has told you this stuff, there is a polite but forceful knock on the door.
So sorry.
And then a moment later, there's the sound of keys going into the lock opening, and then the door opening, and then a halfling man who is the one of the staff here at the Stupors Relief, and he is flanked by several big, burly, well-armed guardsmen who look around the room real quick and just immediately home in on Laria, and it's just ma'am, where is the automaton who was here? We know this was his room. So, Laria, what are you going to tell the cops who want to know what happened to your roommate? Now is the time to start the legend of Laria the
Oh, she was AFK getting pizza. Sorry.
That's fine.
Did I say that I was gonna be right back?
If you did, I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
But either way, yeah.
The cops are at the door.
So that halfling guy who's one of the staff here open up the lock on the door roughly 30 to 45 seconds after Tim jumped, and he is flanked by several burly armed guardsmen. They step inside, scope the room real quick in a hurry, and then they focus on you and they say, ma'am, where is the automaton who is registered to this room.
Well, Laria would like is still trying to like wake up and process everything.
You're,
But
you're still groggy. You're still like ankle, soil.
She would say like, well, apparently he never came back.
When did he leave? Did he tell you where he was going?
No, he didn't. It was around the time where I just heard a bunch of noise when I woke up in the middle of the night.
Okay, Laria.
Mhm.
I would like you to look on your sheet
Yeah.
and tell me what is the bonus in the circle for deception?
10.
10. Okay, so you have a deception
Oh, let's go.
DC of 20.
Mhm.
All right. So, guards,
Come on.
they have a check that they actually get a bonus to like noticing lies. So
I probably shouldn't have told her at all. If I had just left, she would have genuinely not known.
and yeah, but that would cause like other issues.
Problems
So-
with them trying to find me.
All right, so I'm gonna roll for the two guards who are in. I'm gonna roll for them to see if they notice Laria is lying to them. All right, so DC 20, guard number 1. All right, that's going to be a 17. Okay, that's guard number 1.
Come on.
Guard number 2.
Would her feet would her feet also count as in like a social encounter as well?
I mean, yeah, this would be a social encounter. You wanna
So
use your bonus for read the air?
I guess read the air. And I don't know if her harmlessly cute feat is just automatic or not.
Normally it is a passive automatic thing.
Okay.
Let's see here.
That's why I asked if does that count for social encounters too?
She's just like, good sir,
Yes.
I don't know what he went.
Yeah. It does count for that. Okay.
Okay, and
So-
this is the harmlessly cute feat because it
Yeah.
says it says for initiative, so I don't know if that would count as like a social encounter.
Well,
as
this is a social encounter, so yes.
Okay, so that would be
okay.
a 21 for deception then, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
All right. So the second
Mm.
guard, I mean, obviously, it's a good thing you put it out because the second guard makes a 20 on the dot. So like, so you see one of the guards lingers, like looking at you, like, okay. And then they tell Laria that your automaton companion, roommate, whatever the case may be, they want to ask them a few questions about that noise and everything that happened here last night. They would like to know what you heard, and if you remember, roughly speaking, when you heard that commotion.
She would tell him, I heard it too. All I heard was a bunch of like running around that time, and it was so loud it woke me up. But I have no idea what was going on or what is going on.
Okay, and that's honest, so that's not a lie or anything.
Mhm.
Okay, so they hold on.
Question everyone.
Well, they're going to, but they they start with Laria and ask her the question since she was in the room with with Tim. They tell Laria to until they've managed to find Tim and ask him some questions. They would appreciate it if you stuck around, because they may need to ask you, corroborating questions.
And she would say that's fine, but can I check to see if my other friends are still here?
Yes.
Yeah.
They'll be doing that themselves here in literally just a second.
Oh my god.
So they proceed to go knock on everybody's door, and the guard that casually strolls towards Mr. Zervos wakes up Dr. Trimmers, who immediately starts going woo woo, which causes the guard to stop and be like,
I can explain his reaction.
Yeah, that was a reaction.
Well, good thing I sent him to a wee woo instead of a please go and bite his dick off or something like that. Because that would be really bad.
that would be kind of bad.
That would
walks
be
up
very
to wake up the
awkward
fish
to
girl
have
and
to
just gets his
explain.
and he's like, ma'am, could you get your weird rat to stop biting me on the crotch piece? Yeah, everyone is fully woken and made aware of the fact that the guards are here. They want to know, first of all, they want an accounting of everyone's names, where you are from, why you are here in town in this, and if you know, we're the automaton that you were seen in the presence of the other day. Do you know where that automaton is now?
Well, Callie kind of rubs her eyes and is like, this is what I'm getting woken up for? Man, this is fucking bullshit. And then she's like, well, first of all, I didn't hear no noises last night. I was woken up by the wee associate here. And she points to Dr. Tremors.
Dr. Tremors, who's still now quietly still going.
And then Callie's like, well, my name is Callie Fino. Remember that name, because it is very important. As for the other two questions, that's none of your fucking business. And,
It's none of your goddamn business.
And third of all, I ain't got a goddamn clue where he is.
Nice.
Well, that's not a lie, so there's no check that has to be done or passed or anything. The guard who's talking to Callie takes note of that. He does not apologize through any of it. Actually, Callie, if you would make a society check.
We live in a society.
You do live in one. You are currently
Damn.
located within a society. So this guy, he's not really he's not being as quiet as you might think that he is. His commentary, as he's taking down his notes and everything for Callie's statement, such as it is, basically you hear from him of that's how it always is with these fuckers come in here with their war tech and shit. None of them can be trusted.
Callie
But then-
glares at him.
But then he returns the glare and says in a professional, thank you for your time, miss. Stick around, we might have other questions for you later.
Callie's like, I ain't fucking sticking around. I got an artist I need to meet. This is fucking bullshit.
I've got art that needs to happen. Okay, so Seamus, there's a guardsman at your door, and he wants to know where the fuck did the robot guy go?
I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea where he went.
Do you happen to know why the robot guy was in town?
Nope.
Besides yourself and your other companions, do you know any of his other known associates?
I mean, we are traveling together, yes, but other than that, not much.
The the guard pauses, kind of like, after he's like noted down this, he pauses for a moment, and then he looks back over at Seamus and he says, "I don't mean to be rude, but what the fuck are you?"
Extreme
Alright, so I pull back my hood just where you can see the creepy esoteric eye, and I say to him, "You sure you want to know?"
No.
Nah, that's okay. Don't go anywhere. We may have other questions. And this this goes around. Jamal, you there?
What is the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
What
Is Jay available?
What the derg?
If not, we can just if not, we can assume that he just gives surly non-answers.
He's still asleep.
Baruth.
All right. Bark, but sleepy. All right, so Tim, it's going to take you a few minutes to get to the annex, but over here at this intersection, there is as you run past this building here. This building is very clearly a temple or like place of worship. It is tall. It has very like it is catching specifically the dawn like sunlight, and like this building looks like it is fucking and on fire, but in like a way. And it is covered in stained glass, which shows various like scenes of naked women frolicking in paradise like looking locations and all of that sort of stuff. 3 women specifically, repeated over and over again. And there is there are a group of nuns in the courtyard, like in the big open, in come up to this like section. There is a group of nuns who are going through very much a realistic, not realistic, but a ritualistic sort of like chant mantra, kind of thing, daily affirmations, as they like go through their prep and whatnot for being nuns, whatever that involves. But they're doing quite clearly prayer stuff. The nun that is leading everything is a catfolk woman, and as you are like coming around the corner and whatnot, you like see her kind of like glance over in your direction, 'cause you're walking with a purpose, but you're coming through there, but she glances over in your direction, and as you come around the corner and start heading south, you can see her like ears rotate and like track you specifically. So she's not looking in your direction, but she's very clearly paying attention to you with her ears. And her tail, which sticks out of her like nun outfit, is kind of flicking back and forth, in that sort of like agitated cat way. But yeah, she doesn't otherwise like make a secret of the fact that she's like paying attention to you as you like.
What shoes is she wearing?
She is wearing catfolk sandals. They're definitely not plated high heel shoes.
Oh, catfolk would make sense.
A catfolk,
Agile.
a catfolk definitely would have the agility, possibly the ability to almost no running distance, long jump like that.
And they would be
Why
they're
would a cat folk be spying on us.
Hmm. Plus, they would be silent with their running because they have that feat.
Mm-hmm.
But Tim wouldn't know that.
I mean, are famous. They are famous
Famously
for being
light-footed.
stealthy. Yeah, they are famous for being light-footed. So you do know that. Like that's no question or anything. But
Tim,
so what's Timbo gonna do?
Tim would probably clock that. Just it wouldn't. He's not going to stop because if he stops, who knows what's going to happen. He's just going to
Mhm.
clock the temple for a moment. Are any of the figures on the temple Brig?
No, none of the symbols or anything on the are for Bry specifically. Although, let me check something real quick. Let's see here.
Today.
Okay, so this is just setting information. But Bry is part of a this is kind of like fucking Kevin Bacon situation.
Yeah.
Where like Bry is, like a god of her own. And she is also part of a pantheon, which is a group of vaguely related gods. And one of those vaguely related gods in a pantheon that is shared by a pantheon that is shared by a so you've got like this do.
Yeah, like 12 degrees of separation kind of thing.
Yeah. So it's actually only like 3 degrees of separation, so it's not really that far. But she's just a couple of steps away, like religiously speaking, I guess, from the deities that make up the prismatic way here at this temple. So yeah, she's not a part of it, but like, and her symbol isn't anywhere on here, but like, yeah, it wouldn't take much, like Bry could call up these goddesses, or these goddesses, if like the need arose. They probably have each other's phone number. But yeah, other than that, the specific deities who are here, I can give you their names. There's no need to even make a check for this one. Let's see here. Prismatic Ray. Okay, so the Prismatic Ray is made up of 3 deities, specifically Desna, Serenay, and Shaylin. The party has had vaguely some connection with the Desna side of things, as Desna was the primary deity that was being worshipped in Runoff. So there's her, there's Serenay, who is known as the Dawn Flower, and like her like this temple is very clearly built to evoke that sort of thing, like catching all of the early morning sunlight and all that sort of stuff, the sparkle coming off of everything. She's known as the Dawn Flower, and it is just wang all over the place. Shaylin, who is known as the Eternal Rose, is essentially just like a god of like art and love and shit. So yeah, that's who is here. The Prismatic Ray, their areas of concern are boiled down to defeat evil, guard innocence, and make wholesome creations. Other than that, they like to inspire good acts through the creation of their wholesome creations. So like they make something pretty and like hope that it inspires people to do good stuff. Also, generally, they defend those who can't defend themselves. Pursue evil, but do not give in to vengeance. Like these deities would like let's say you had a paladin right here for these deities. That paladin would chase down an evildoer, but not like kill that evildoer. They would capture them and like try to provide
Bring them to
therapy.
justice.
Well, bring them to justice by like removing them from evil, not like killing them.
Ah, cleanse their, purge
so
their
it-
evilness.
Yeah,
Well,
so it would be
something
a it
don't
would
like
be a
those guys.
it would be a purge kind of like thing. But yeah, so those guys are there. They're at the house of stained glass. The head nun, who is a catfolk woman, through her like nun outfit, you can tell that she's got a like a sort of like shaggy sort of coat, and has like a calico pattern to it.
Alrighty. Tim's gonna keep walking.
Keep on
Well,
trucking.
all during it, he's gonna be doing perception checks for either somebody with plated heels or guards,
Okay.
or specifically guards like gunning for him.
Well, guards, just in general, whether these guards are going on or another question, but guards will need to be avoided at this next intersection.
Damn.
How would you like to avoid them? You could either try stealth, you could go just, in a different direction where they won't be able to see you.
Do they seem to be checking people, or are they just like standing guard kind of thing?
They are on patrol.
Okay.
So they are moving and they are vigilant.
What is this area like? This line right here, behind.
So like this intersection where you're at here, this is a major road that leaves town and heads off somewhere. It's also all uphill. Like as you're moving in this direction, it's just greater and greater elevation. So this way downhill,
Okay.
this way uphill.
Okay, but the alleyway, it seems, between the annex and just these buildings right here. Is this an alleyway?
Yes, that thin line right there, that is an alleyway.
Okay. If I could, I'd like to dip down that alleyway.
Okay. Then I need you to make a
And see
stealth
if-
check.
No.
What if you like insanely
Clang,
high?
clang, clang, clang. Yeah.
Okay.
That's better than an 8.
It is better. It is
Not
much
good,
better
not
than 8,
bad.
but it's not good enough, unfortunately, for the guards to not
Yeah.
notice.
Yeah.
Um,
they go
However,
clang.
these guards aren't apparently in on the like chase you down thing. They give you the like, the look that you've gotten from the guards, where they are actively like, "Oh, you're one of them,"
Robot man.
John
kind of thing. But they don't immediately like call out an alarm. They don't like draw weapons or
Cool.
give chase, but they definitely pay attention.
Okay. Is there any way I can get from like being back here to being into the actual annex?
Yeah, it's literally
Like
just
slipped
another
into
little
it. Okay.
alleyway that slips into it. The actual physical annex is this building.
Okay. But these buildings around it, is it
Business. These are all business.
just regular
buildings.
businesses? Okay, gotcha. I didn't
Yeah,
know if this was like a
basically,
small red
yeah.
light district kind of thing.
You know what? Make a society check.
Oh no. I was genuinely just like, if this is that area, they're not gonna come looking for somebody in here because it's kind of privacy thing.
Okay. As you like duck down this alleyway, which is noticeably much darker than it was over there around the House of the Stained Glass. The buildings are taller here. The alleyway dips down a little bit, and whatnot. Like it's not filthy or crowded or anything like that, but it is definitely darker. There's less traffic, and as you move down here, there are signs and advertising for services and things. So like the green buildings, just on this map, if you've got like one of the this like pink shade. Those are
Yeah.
business building. The greens are residential. Residential and like related to the making and production and whatnot of various booze and everything.
I can only imagine the dude that lives directly behind the annex.
You don't have to imagine because as you are like coming up to it, this essentially this apartment block that's right here. There is it's 3 stories tall, and in the middle story, you see another catfolk person, female, because her tits are out, who's just sort of like leaning on the railing, in front of the window, and she's like munching on something, breakfast or whatever. And she sees you coming down the alley, and she gives out like a whistle, like a literal cat call, in your direction,
if you will.
But she gives out a little like hey, kind of like whistle thing, as Tim is coming down the alley.
Tim like looks up for a moment, he exposes like the robot of him and watches to see if her like expression changes.
Oh, it does. It goes immediately from the like hey, potential like customer or whatever, to like, oh shit, you're a robot. Kind of like look on her face, and she's like not honestly sure how to process that. Like
Tim like tips his, because this is probably the first person that immediately upon seeing his face wasn't disgusted.
Yeah, she doesn't have any disgust, towards it. She's just surprised to the point of like, how the fuck do I even like, man. Yeah, like how the fuck do I even like,
I can't call it a robot. How do I feel about that? Tim is probably going to like tip his hat to her, and then is going to find like the darkest like alley corner he can find, and was just gonna like sit there and just wait, kind of let the heat die down.
He's gonna wait for the GTA stars to fucking go away.
Yep, exactly. Because nobody's gonna come in here looking for Tim. It's like, it's a robot, man. Why would he want to be in the annex?
All right, so you like tuck yourself into the corner. Were somebody to be on like either end of the alley, were to like glance down the alleyway, they would not be able to see you. They would need to search.
Really quickly, is there any place that sells like cigarettes or anything?
Well, probably, but here in your immediate area, no.
I was gonna like put one in one of his like things to make it even more convincing that he's just a human. Just like pop a cigarette.
Well, that guy couldn't be the robot we're looking for. They don't have
smoking. Because they don't know. They don't know any different. They're ignorant. They don't know anything about robots. They're like, assumedly.
But actually, Tim, while you are like ducking back into there, like the catfolk woman that you can that can see you from the window, she can clearly still can see you from the window, so you're not hidden as far as she's concerned. But anybody else who's like street level, looking down from the sides or whatever, they wouldn't be able to like directly see you. And she still seems to be like processing like the whole like, oh, a robot man, quite possibly the like first robot man she's ever seen. And she like she like forks down to whatever it is that she's eating, and like puts a bite of it into her mouth, and you can like see very much like the gears like turning behind her eyes, and she's like, how do but she is you see her ears like perk up, and her like whiskers like pop out as she's something, and she looks down the alleyway back in the way that you came, and then you see her pull back from the window so that she's inside of the window, and like yourself wouldn't be visible from down the alleyway, and she looks in your direction, and she flashes her hand at you a couple of times. Like she points in that direction, and then she flashes 5 fingers, and then another 5 fingers.
And Jesus. You said she's on the second floor?
Yes, she is on the second floor.
Could Tim jump up?
Like straight up to the second floor? No, but you could.
Could I climb up there?
No, make
Yeah.
him try rocket boots.
I mean,
No.
you could climb, yes, but that does mean stepping out into plain view.
Hmm. Actually, like if I went in the front door and then they asked the person at the front desk, then they would know. I'm gonna try and climb. I'm gonna try and like, as quickly as possible, like get over there and start climbing.
Okay. So you step out, get over, right across this thin alleyway.
Try and keep my disguise as up as I can.
Yeah,
Fully
so-
trying to hide as much robot as possible.
So you're just trying to pretend that you're just a regular alien
Dude, yeah.
building. So you are going to climb. I'm going to need you to
Wait, grappling hook.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That feels. No, I just. Yeah.
That cowboy got a grappling hook?
Is that cowboy or grappling hook? Dang right I do.
A spider.
No, I'm just gonna climb. I'm gonna try and climb as sneakily as possible.
Hydraulic yeehaw. Okay, so
Hydraulic
since you-
fuck.
Hydriha.
all right, so now question: if you're going to climb this building, of which plenty of handholds and footholds, I will need an athletics check for you to do the climb, DC 15. But what is your goal? Where are you going with your climb?
Up and out.
Like, are you trying to get into her window?
I'm trying to get into her window, but at the same time, I don't want her to scream.
Okay.
I want to try
Hold
and
on,
like.
Hold on, before you scream,
Make-
does this smell like chloroform to you?
Hey, is this normal in like most countries to climb into someone's window after they like wave at you?
At a
Yeah.
really
Uh,
foreign accent.
okay, Tim,
It says in Utopia,
make-
so she can't.
go ahead and make the athletics check. DC 15.
I'm going to use a hero point.
Okay.
I got to
All right. You made a 12. Now you're at 14.
Oh shit.
Clank.
Clank,
Is
clank.
there-
Okay. All right.
hold on. Do I have anything that will reduce my amount by 1? She wouldn't give me the help action, would she? No.
You know what? Hold on. Yeah.
Well-
Yeah, she does. All right. So you're getting up the building, but not anywhere near fast enough. Be useful to you. You get close to the building or close to the window, and a furry clawed hand grabs Tim jacket by the shoulder arm area and just like hauls you up and
Pulls the
in.
rest of them. Tim does as much as he can to make it easy. Just pull
Yeah,
out
and she
most of
and,
his
and to
weight.
be clear, she has completely normal person strength, or
Yeah.
she's not like lifting Tim one arm just up into the window. She pulls you in, and then she says in common, normally I charge 10 gold a visit.
Damn.
Do you have and she like puts down her little like plate that she's been eating off of, and she looks Tim up and down and she's like, I'm not trying to be rude here, but like, do you have a penis?
Yeah. To answer your question bluntly,
Okay. I don't want to see it. Be clear about that. I don't want to see it.
completely understand.
I just-
Understood.
Yeah,
completely.
I've never met.
Curious. Understood. Hey, not the first time I've gotten that question.
Yeah. but I have run across the guards before when they're on the lookout for things, and well, I caught a vibe.
There. Thank you.
Are you didn't murder somebody, did you?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank the gods. Okay.
Honestly, I was even nervous to come into this town because I heard about the whole anti-gun thing. That's my whole thing, and I was nervous, but thank you very much for your help, by the way. That was... I'd say you're a saint, but...
far from it. Okay. Well, look, I know what it's like to be on the bad receiving end of guard presence like that. So I guess no harm, no foul. There's okay. You go out that door. There's a hallway, and then there's a stairwell that'll take you back down to the ground floor. And then if you take a left there's another short hall that takes to a door that goes out the back.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you so much. As Tim like walks towards the door, he turns around and pulls out. He pulls out 8 gold and Tim pulls. No, he pulls out 8 gold and then 20 silver and like goes to hand it to her. It's like probably not the first time you've heard this, but this was life-changing.
Thank you. And she just kind of like she holds out her hand to like accept, and you like see her like look at it for like a split second before she grabs one of the gold pieces and like puts it in her mouth and like chomps down on it, like just to check and be like, is this fucking real? Am I dreaming? And then you like stumble through the door into a like, relatively speaking, compared to like hotel that you were just
before he dips out. What's her name?
What's her name?
Mm-hmm.
Her name. Give me a second. Blah 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 blah. Is her name? I can give you this. It's a thing I can tell you. Name. Where's the name? Okay.
I mean, the name you absolutely wrote down.
Yeah, I absolutely wrote this down a long time ago, and then I sent it into fantasynamegenerators.com to be added into the list of like cool catfolk names that they totally have.
Now you're just waiting for it to give it back to you, like it should.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to give it back to me. Just give it a moment. It takes a little bit of process.
Mm-hmm.
They really should improve the site, architecture.
I agree, 100%. They should give the author back their name pretty quickly.
Let's see. Her name is Rurio.
Gotcha.
I'll post it. I'll post it in chat for how it's pronounced. But yeah, her name is Rurio, and she's like, no problem. But the interior of this building cramped. It is very tight. It is clearly not, like a upper class establishment building. You can hear other people who are like, going to like morning teens, children crying, dogs barking, all that sort of jazz as you filter your way out the back of this to where a small, yard. There's some grass. There's like a little, bush with one tepid little flower poking off of it, and like a tall fence. So you will need to climb the fence, but otherwise, you're free, and there are no cops can see you where you currently are at.
Cool. Tim is going to. Tim's going to jump the fence, and then try and like pull a full homeless man in the alley, like lay under his coat. Just
okay.
Are there homeless? I guess that's a better question. Does there seem to be homeless people here?
You haven't seen any large like collection of them, but yes.
Yeah.
Like, just okay. Statistically speaking, there has to be.
Okay, I was gonna say because if there was like there's no homeless people in this town, that would also be a point I need to bring up. Like, Hassel.
Well, I was about to say it's funny that by being a target for the cops.
Yeah. All right, Tim's gonna go full like homeless man style, like pretend to be a homeless man sleeping under his jacket.
Okay. Rurio, helpful cat folk woman, who has an apartment on the second floor directly across from Alma's adult annex.
I
Okay,
Good to know.
so Tim,
if I ever am no longer in the law.
Tim, you are trying to actively deceive people. I do need you to make a deception check, please.
I think my deception is pretty good. No, it's not. Why is my deception not very good?
Because you're a robot.
I'm a robot.
You go clink,
My
clink, clink every time you move.
Yeah.
You
My-
are a robot. All right.
Mm,
So,
my diplomacy is 12, but my deception is 3.
you are a man of facts and truths.
I can't lie.
Shapiro?
The whole
Oh my god.
Robot Ben Shapiro.
It's not real, he can't hurt you.
He doesn't have to follow that. He doesn't have to follow the rules. He can't read the signs.
Let's say even
So, as we come to the close of this, Tim is currently hiding in an alleyway somewhere, pretending to be a homeless man. The rest of the party has been effectively served by, who is the automaton guy? What's going on? I will. I'll send Citrus and Jay some DMs and see whether or not they want to lie to the cops. But other than that, though, the guards, after about 30 or so minutes, most of which is spent talking to like halfling, staff person who is giving his like happened when he found Tim upstairs in an abandoned room, and how he found like evidence of lock tampering, and all of that sort of stuff, and just seems sort of shifty, and also like he's a robot, so like he can't be trusted.
Yeah, true.
He also stands out.
Yeah, like he stands out like a motherfucker. But they don't question the party. They don't hang around. They don't linger. And after about 30 or so minutes, they're gone. The party can do their individual daily preparations and get breakfast and all that sort of stuff. So I guess the good you out of the stupor's relief for all of that. But when we start up our next session, the party will be early in the morning. He's still here at stupor's relief, with the exception of Tim. However, everybody can give themselves the, I believe, 100 XP that is necessary to level 6.
Yes. Oh, you guys know what that means? Brick gets magic.
It means that Tim is now actually a homeless man, not just pretending to be one.
Yes.
He took a level in homeless.
I took a level in homeless. I get
Okay.
I get
You get homeless.
I get plus I get homeless. I get a plus
I
3
can't believe
to
Larry's
society to beg
cuteness
for
actually
change.
got everyone out of trouble.
I don't know, fella.
Her cuteness and a instinctual lie to the cops.
She's like, I don't know where.
Yeah,
to go."
she's trained in
I don't know.
deception.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
He was stupid the whole time.
Yeah, Leah's the only one who actually needed to lie and even could
Mhm.
because she had information that nobody else did. But the thing that I like here is that like I get to level up Torque. So
Swag.
Awesome.
so Torque is now even better at lying through her teeth.
Let's
Damn
go.
it!
Oh god.
Damn.
They're
That's
both
for
good at
him.
lying.
Not good for us. We'll never know anything about them.
Oh shit! Level 6, I get attack of opportunity or cascade countermeasure.
Hell yeah!
I think attack of opportunity would probably be better for me.
Honestly,
Is it an either or a both?
I can. No, it's I can.
Yeah, because normally like the attack of opportunity once you have it, it's not really an option. It's just a thing that you can do.
I might have to change because now with Tim being homeless, I might have to find a different skill because originally my skill feat was multilingual. It was multilingual, and I was like, that doesn't. Tim wouldn't like suddenly be homeless and then like, bam, I know Jotun and Orcish. Like, no, Tim would probably know.
While I'm
Like,
sitting here pretending to be a human, wait a
I
second.
learned 2 new languages.
I learned 2 new languages while just lying here in
Don't
the
worry.
dirt.
Callie got multilingual, so she learned 3 languages because she's an expert in society. So she gets an extra language.
Hell yeah!
Right.
That's the good shit.
I gotta
right
figure
there.
out what my.
So
I
she
gotta
learns.
figure out.
She learns Orcish and Draconian.
Which is good because both of those will be coming up.
Cool. Tim's eventually gonna learn Tim's gonna learn Jotun the natural way. He's gonna learn it from Gloria.
He's gonna learn it from books and stuff.
Yeah.
Gloria will very gladly, work with
Yeah.
Tim, so that he's got not a bad accent or anything.
If just really quick since we're on call, if Tim took quick repair, which is a skill feat, it's a level 1 skill feat. It says you take 1 minute to repair an item. If you're a master in crafting, it takes 3 actions. If you're legendary, it takes 1. Could I use that as a heal for Tim or Mr. Servos?
Well, it would work on Mr. Servos as Mr. Servos is a 100% a construct. It wouldn't work on Tim. Tim operates both mechanically and with a soul, so
That's
and
correct.
soul part doesn't benefit whatsoever from the repair. So it would be kind of a waste feat wise. I mean, thematically, sure, yeah, that fits pretty good, but as a feat, I think it would be a waste.
Gotcha.
Just to be perfectly honest.
I will keep looking then.
Nice. No, I did not think you did.
Oh, Brick, however, got upgraded with basic synergy, so now he has magic understudy, so he has the spell Glass Shield and Needle Darts, but it's heightened to level 3 since it's like your Eidolon evolves cast spell and gain cast spell. Yeah. So he can cast Glass Shield, which has a high shield bonus, and Needle Darts, which can on a critical success does 3 persistent bleed damage.
Hell yeah.
And 5d4 piercing damage.
Yeah, Needle Darts is the nail gun that that Torque uses.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back from the store.
What language was that? The cook speaking at the cat's eye. What language was it again?
I can tell you. Let me see.
Because that is something I didn't think
Let's see here.
Well, I guess if Brick gets it, then it would make sense if Tim gets it.
Citrus, just so that you are aware, everybody hit level 6, so you can level up June.
Okay. Honestly, I'm a bit. I'll do that later. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You don't have to handle that right now. I'm just making sure that you are. What? What is the friggin' language that they speak?
Is it like Mick Martian or something?
The Mi'kmaq country, and he is not from that area. Let me see if I can. Oh, Shisk. That's the name of it.
Shit.
How do I spell that?
Shisk.
So I can spit it.
SHISK.
All right.
Shisk. It is a rare language.
Shisk.
Yeah, it is a rare language that is spoken by a rare kind of people.
Well, Callie is a rare kind of person.
It is also
true.
known as a like musical language. So like when you're just speaking in Shisk, it almost sounds like lyrics, like you're singing.
Oh shit. Callie's gonna be
Oh,
singing
shit.
now. Oh shit. Yeah, oh shit.
Oh, Shisk. But yeah, Shisk was the language.
Alright. Well, so now I got Draconian, Orcish, and Shisk.
Yes. Dang.
Very cool.
Um,
The rest of the group is getting ready and eating breakfast. Tim is sleeping homeless in an alley.
Okay, what?
The perfect life.
Okay. Let me give you a quick rundown. What was the last thing that you heard right before you had to head out?
I think I remember glancing at the game chat and that Torque saw Tim's like symbol that was like in the inner layer of their arm or something, or the paneling. Yeah.
Okay, so quick breakdown is that while Tim was resting, Callie was doing repairs on Tim and took the opportunity while Tim was, in shutdown mode.
Yeah, and that like
to
Tim
flip open
was
the
like
panel and take a look at
still aware of their surroundings while resting, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, they were treating like Tim like was asleep, which kind of technically speaking he was, but Tim was aware of this stuff going on and he just chose to not like interrupt or say anything. But after a couple of minutes, like Torque went over to like talk to them about it, and she mentioned that Tim had like spoken to her at one point in the past, and she had asked him about his origins and whatnot, and that he had said that he wasn't actually from the mainland, or he wasn't sure that he was from the mainland, and he'd only been active for like a couple of years before running into Callie and Seamus. So there was like discussion back and forth. This symbol be hidden. It's not like other makers' marks, that sort of thing. Seamus managed to like make some checks and figured out some stuff. I don't believe he has shared any of it really with the party. So that's up to him.
Yeah.
But then after all of that like came and went, the party bed down for the night. Tim, because obviously he only needed the 2 hours, was not exactly on like lookout, but he was awake. And during the later part of the evening, there was a perception check that was made, and people heard movement in the hallways. Tim, being the person who was actually awake and able to do so, went to check, and then whoever was sneaking around noticed Tim noticing them, and they booked it down the hallway. Tim looked around. He managed to catch a brief sight of them as they were leaping out of a third-story window across a 20 to 25 foot long gap without a running start. Like pulling a fucking like Trinity at the beginning of the Matrix kind of thing. Tim got the briefest hint of some of their outfit. But in doing so, he had to run to catch even just this faint glimpse of them, which caused a lot of noise, woke up everybody, including the staff. So staff showed up, like what the hell's going on here? Also, you're not like supposed to be in this room. The room was didn't have guests at the moment, but it wasn't Tim's room either. So Tim kind of like lied on the spot about some stuff. The staff was like, okay. And again, because Tim was awake, Tim noticed in early morning one of the staff members leaving and then coming back with like 20 guards in the early morning, just as everybody was waking up.
Yeah. Not good.
At which point Tim was like, "I'll juke them and like jump out the window after they've entered the building." The only person that he talked to was Laria. So Laria was the only one who technically had to lie to the cops. And
She did great, by the way.
Yeah, she did fine. And then Tim took off down the road. He circled around the house of stained glass. There were some nuns out in front of it doing their like morning prayer ritual or whatever. One of them was a catfolk woman who was like leading the nuns' prayer thing. She clearly paid attention to Tim, but she didn't meet the vague description that he had of the person who was running around at the flop house.
Gotcha.
Although it was brought up that like as a catfolk person, they would theoretically have been agile to perform those feats. But there are other catfolk here. As a matter of fact, Tim made his way into the alleyway there on the map that's by the Alma's adult annex. He did tell Laria, by the way, that that's where he was going, and for you guys to meet there later. So she does know that. But Tim got there, and he passed. Some guards noticed him. They didn't come after him. They apparently weren't aware at that moment about Tim being a wanted, individual. But he knew that they were there, and he hid. And while he was like hiding, there was another catfolk woman who's probably a prostitute of some variety.
Oh my.
Who was basically eating her breakfast like while like hanging out her apartment window right across the street from the annex. And she heard something while Tim was like trying to make himself, trying to make himself comfortable. And she noticed guards coming, and being that she's again probably some form of prostitute, she like flashed him of like there's like 10 guys down there at the end of the alleyway. So Tim took the chance and shimmied up the wall. She helped haul him in through the window, and then she gave him directions on how to, get out of the building and like slip around the back to where they probably wouldn't be able to see him, which he did.
Damn.
All
right.
And
sorry
then
to kinda...
after he got out there, he put himself down to like pretend to be a homeless guy.
Sorry to kind of make you guys do like an impromptu recap right at the end.
Nah.
Oh no problem at all.
Yeah.
This kind of stuff pops up every now and again. Don't worry about it. You were not in any disruptive.
Yeah. No, I mean, I shared with you the BS I had to deal with, but yeah, let's not end the session on a sour note. We pretty awesome. We leveled up, and it definitely something fishy going on here, but I guess we'll have to wait till next session to find out.
That is correct. But yeah, the other thing that we're ending on said is that the last 100 XP came in, and the party officially levels up to 6.
Nice.
Let's go. I'm filling out Brick's magic right now.
Heck yeah. I also need to make sure. I'm in the process of leveling up.
I was gone as well because I was there with my mom. Just getting stuff from the store because she was not feeling right.
I feel you on that. Did you hear the recap that I just gave?
I just came back, eat somewhat.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you a quick question, Jay. There was a moment during the gameplay where like the cops had showed up. They're looking for Tim. They would have come to Jamal's room and like asked him about his, like association with Tim. and if he knew where Tim was. You wouldn't actually have known that information where Tim was, because all of that happened, where you couldn't have seen or heard anything. So you legitimately don't know. But my question is that would you have lied to the cops on anything?
What if I get his Tim?
Shouldn't really do that.
What if I get his Tim and
My
Jamal
bad.
knows that Tim is an arresting case, quote unquote? I would feel like he would generally didn't know what was happening.
Okay, so just
Even though he did keep one eye open, but then after that he got the
I get you. I feel you. Okay. I was just kind of curious on whether or not, cops being at your door, if Jamal would have been like, fuck them. Okay. That was really just the quick. But yeah, sometime, between now and next session, take a look at Jamal and see about getting him leveled up. If you need any help or questions about that, just hit me up, and I'll make sure that Jamal, stays on par with everybody.
At least now I got attack of opportunity.
Yeah, that's gonna be real useful in combat.
Tim has basic synergy, so Brick has magic, but I also took arcane sense, so I can now cast a first level detect magic at will.
Excellent.
So in case for some reason Swag isn't in the picture, Tim can also. Tim is currently by himself.
Oh shit, that's right. I still have that magic ring that's got like a list of spells on it. I don't think we ever figured out what the fuck's in that is in the ring that's got all the spells, like what they are.
That's why you always keep notes.
No, we never really spent time to use it.
Well,
and
maybe
we
next
will.
time we can use them at Callie's workshop. We just point them at like targets or something. Hope the guy with the actual spell.
Just fire it off and see what happens.
I was thinking of giving it to Reese, because if Reese ever joins us in combat, at least he'll have like spells or something like that at his disposal.
You mean Rusi?
Rusi, you know what I meant.
I mean Rusi, yeah.
Yeah.
Reese's Puffs. Anyway.
But yeah. So.
What's the language that you learned, Syrup?
I learned 3 new languages because I'm a master in society right now.
He is Joker.
Because Valeria's also gonna learn that with you.
Draconian, Orcish, and Skish.
Alright.
I do wonder if this was
Mm-hmm.
does we level up? Is there anything particularly
All right.
unlocked?
I need to see if I get anything, like what fancy shit I get for my level up or not. But yeah, I'll do that later.
Okay. What were you asking about level up?
Anything like available for like Jamal is kind of way some levels.
Well, let's see here. At 6th level,
Whoa, my health goes to
you
68.
get. Well, yeah, everybody gets their hit points and everything for their class, but Jamal would have access to a gunslinger feat and a skill feat. So most stuff doesn't really change, but you do get to add on to abilities, and we can go over those those feats and find what'll be like a good fit for you.
Okay.
Alrighty.
But yeah, we can do that later. My throat's starting to get a little tired.
Yeah, and I've had to pee. I've had to pee since 7 o'clock.
I know that feeling. But yeah, the other thing that I'm
upgrade Mr. Service as well, and is Dr. Tremors upgrade as well, or no?
I will have to check on how familiars upgrade. So I'll check on that and I'll let you know.
I rolled a 9.
What, do you have -1 charisma or whatever?
Yeah, you have -1 Riz.
Oh,
Shit.
Negative Riz.
already.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna go before I explode.
Bust. I'm
Go,
about
go,
to
go
bust.
take care of yourself.
Go
Yeah.
for your butt. Which Torque
Damn.
also levels up, and Torque's charisma is now a 19.
Oh, what?
Damn.
Hell yeah. Charisma of 19, and she's got more than 50 hit points.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
More
Okay.
than 50. I'm just
I
shy
will
of
hop
half
off
of
too,
that.
though. So have a good one, everybody.
16
All right.
charisma.
Everyone have a good
Bye-bye.
night.
Everybody have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Why?
I'm so sorry, everybody, for all that. I deeply apologize for having to leave the stream for like the majority of the time, for like 2/3 if not longer. But thank you, everybody, that stayed in, just lurked in the chat or not lurked in the stream and just enjoyed the story. As always, much love to the rest of our players and our Game Master Fuzzy. They are definitely good beans. But let's see who is live. We have NB Cat Boy, GF, Menagerie, Maroon, Mongo, Astro Lovelace, Babe, Ultra R2, Sparkroichi, Lorraine Luck, Father Morgar, Vampire Napkin, Hookening, Riverbard, Dr. Crafty, Orangeborn, Zanedu, Goblin Fia, Saria, King Meg, Tara Kaminarito, I hope I pronounced that right, Beauty Banger, Bright Shadow, Beauty Banger, Miss Jackie, Finamori. I think that's way more than 20. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alright. Yeah, we have more than 20. Let's go ahead and roll. 12. Okay, so 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Okay, Hookening. Oh, hey, it's Hookening's 3-year VTuber anniversary. That is pretty pog. Alright, guys, we're gonna go ahead and raid Hookening. They're having their 3-year VTuber anniversary. Wow, I've only been streaming for 2. That's, well, 2.5, but still, that is awesome. I really hope that they are having a good time. But let's go send some good times their way, or good vibes their way. We're gonna raid Hook and Aim. There we go. As always, guys, here's the raid message. If you aren't, wow, we lost that. Okay. If you aren't subbed, you can go ahead and use that second raid message, or use your own emotes, or just the words, whatever you want to do. Again, I really appreciate everybody that supports me, and, just wants to hang out and chill and watch me. I really appreciate everybody enjoying our company, and I don't know when I'll be back next, but I will do my best to make sure there's no more interruptions. Thank you so much, everybody, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.